You know what it is? Gym class hero. I'm Dre. It's hard to look innocent when I got cookie crumbs all over my face. Problem. I need help trying to solve it, cause meeting after meeting and I'm still a cookie hog. You get hotter, I'ma find them on the counter in the closet. And I'll say I ain't do it with my face covered in chocolate. My girl be setting booby traps to catch me eating Scooby snacks. I left crumbs in the bed once, but I told her I was through with that. She still don't be believing me, and I guess that I'm cool with that. But I got a sweet tooth that'll never come loose, and the truth of the matter is so good. But I can't keep my hands off the cookie jar. My hands, my hands, my hands, keep on my hands, my hands, my hands, keep on my hands, my hands, keep on my hands, my hands, off the cookie jar. For Milano, Biscotti, Italianos, and I never turn down some Oreos. If you got Puerto Rican, or them Portuguese and Asians, hazelnut, Brazilians, macadamia, Caucasians, all stuff within it. It don't matter, you get in it, cause I got a sweet tooth that'll never come loose. And the fact of the matter is, like girls, like me, they look so good. They said, energy, to be the thankful, but I can't keep my hands off the cookie jar. My hands, my hands, my hands, my hands, my hands, my hands, my can't get my hands, my hands, my can't get my hands, my hands out the cookie jar. My monster for these cookies, I'm a beast. 40 tricks like animal, 40 crackers, head to the feet, they so dance, we can't keep my hands, my hands, my can't keep my hands, my hands, my hands out the cookie jar. I try my best. I want to create things. I got some failure. I can't see anything my damn hands out the cookie jar. It is what it is.
Come on into the sanctuary, child. I think we're going to have one more selection. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up as you guys come into the sanctuary, Gworl. Okay? Just giving y'all some time to pile in and to hit the thumbs up into everything. We'll be dropping the link, honey. I would love to know what you guys think about the goings-ons of the goings-ons. Okay, so pile on in.
You had my love and I gave you all my trust, but you comforted me. And if somehow you knew that your love would be a truth, but you had to wait. And know me, baby, nobody knew me. This is how it's got to be. First of all, I won't take you cheating on me. Tell me who can I trust if I can't trust in you? And I refuse to let you play me for a fool. Yeah, now we If you really want me to, and if you had my love and I gave you all my trust, would you come me? Tell me, baby, if somehow you know that your love would be true, would you like to be baby? You said you want my love, and you got to have it all. First, there are some things you need to know. If you wanna live with all I have to give, I need to feel to love, or it's got to end. Yeah, I want you to just get with me, and you come I don't need to hurt and I don't need to hate. You feel if I spend my life with you, if you have my love, I gave you all my trust, what would you do, babe? Tell me right now, if somehow you need to know love would be a true life. Don't lie, baby, don't you lie to me. If you had my love, I gave you all my trust, you comfort me. Ooh, tell me, baby, if somehow you know that your love would be a true life. Would you lie to me, baby, lie to me, baby. Yeah. Ooh, na, na, na. Ooh. If you had my love, and I gave you all my trust, you could for me, tell me, baby, if somehow you knew that your love would be true, would you come out to me and call me baby? And if you had my love, and I gave you all my trust, what would you do? If I give it to you, and if somehow you knew that your love would be true, would you like to be and call me baby? And if you had my love, and I gave you all my trust, would you comfort me?
What's going on? What's going on, Conscious crew? Welcome back to the chat. I have been in a pop mood. Like, the pop era was my favorite musical era of all time. I was living for the Samantha Mumbas, the Britney Spears, the Christina Aguilera, the NSYNCs. I was living for, I love pop culture. I was living for the aesthetics, the parachute pants. Like, that whole era was like my fucking era. Pop music has this way of kind of like normalizing life. It's such a like jazzy sound, but it has kind of like this happiness to it. And a lot of the pop tracks were just such bops and one-hit wonders. Like the choreography, this is when music videos were off the chain. Like, I live for that whole pop thing. Jessica Simpson, somebody hit the lights. I mean, I live for that whole fucking era. Like, that will forever be my favorite musical era. Nonetheless, girl, y'all know what we're here to get into. You guys know that we just came off of the Bishop Lil Murder Smollett Blackhead commentary. Once again, I want to shout out to the 1K that was in the Mother Loving chat, girl. If you haven't seen that commentary, get into that commentary after this commentary. We are here to get into some R. Kelly news, girl. I decided not to make this a part of Hot Topics because this could end up as a conversation piece. I will be dropping the link for you guys to come up and tune in, girl, and get into the teams of the teams. But before we get into the minutia of it, as my boy YB Entertainment TV would say, please go ahead and give me an old nasty piece of thumbs up. You guys know that thumbing up helps with YouTube's algorithm, girl. It helps these YouTube CEO whores to do their motherfucking job, okay? If you're new here, definitely subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to love it. And a lot of you must have subscribed, because as soon as I got done with the last live, girl, we had to move up to 33.7K. So shout out to all of the new subbies, girl. We putting in that everlasting, eternal work. Okay? Everybody need to make sure that they have their notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king shall be kinging. And please share this stream out so that everybody can have a piece of CTV in their life, because everybody needs a little piece of CTV in their life. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this motherfucking intro, girl, and let's get into it.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So I do have some tutorials and things coming for you guys soon, girl. The hair that I just had on is sponsored by one of my favorite hair companies. Whenever you see me with colored hair, I use this particular company's kinky straight hair to color all of my units. Like, I live and 100% stand behind this particular company. So I got videos coming for you guys, styling videos, all of that whole nine, girl, is all on the way, okay? I just have to actually make time to edit the material to put up, okay? Also, well, that's not even really relevant. Let me go ahead and introduce my co-host. What's going on, Reckless?
Hey.
How you doing? Welcome to the platform. Are you ready for this here commentary?
I'm ready for this ignorant ass shit.
Alrighty, so you guys, if you don't know, you guys know that R. Kelly was recently sentenced to 30 years in prison. Now, a lot of his alleged supporters have come out and made their grievances known, such as Lil Bussy Bad Bottom, who completely denounces a 30-year sentence and feels that the R&B hitmaker, okay, should have a lesser sentence and maybe serve some community service, because he could be out here evangelizing to the Black community, to other pedophiles, and inspire them to keep their dicks in their pants. That he could be out here doing the Lord's work, okay, and elevating conversations around sexual abuse. Well, Lil Bussy, the problem with your sentiments about what R. Kelly could be out here doing is that he's not in prison because of a confession. As far as R. Kelly is concerned, he's an innocent man, okay? He's not in prison because he agrees with the sentencing, because he agrees with the allegations. So this misnomer of him being out here in these streets evangelizing would be for what? R. Kelly doesn't even identify as a pedophile, nor is he taking any responsibility for doing so. Well, if things didn't get more shocking, R. Kelly's own family recently came out in a interview and also spoke about their brother being innocent, their brother being subjected to an improper trial, and also alleged that their brother never, ever, ever, ever married Aaliyah, despite all that took place and was revealed in trial and during trial, such as the testimony of the DMV worker. Was it the DMV worker? Girl, they had witnesses, folk who worked at the DMV, folk who helped to set up the fake license and to get Aaliyah's license. Girl, it was a whole team. But the family denounces that, okay? So we're going to run some footage courtesy of fair use, okay? I believe this is by Good Morning America. And we're going to give some commentary, drop the link and order that, teams. Do me a favor, Reckless, and entertain the people real quick. I need to check on something.
Alrighty. What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the Land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack the notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from this ragged ass bitch right next to me overlooking like a goddamn half. Overlooking like a walking American flag. But however, with that being said, let me just give a few of my thoughts. Let's just be quite honest, y'all. I'm just so tired. I'm so tired of this ignorant ass shit. I'm so tired of ignorant ass people. I'm so tired of ignorant ass congregations, ignorant ass pastors, ignorant ass transgender comedians that stood up there and says gender is a fact. I'm so tired of ignorant ass gospel singers that's very much envious of other people and their freedom. Like, I'm just so everybody just ignorant as fuck. I'm so ignorant of queer men that also uphold patriarchy, and don't worry, we're gonna get to that as well too. I'm so this is too much. Everybody needs to get their shit together. And I understand we all not perfect. I understand we all gonna come with our baggage, but don't be hypocritical with your baggage. Don't quote unquote want freedom when it comes down to you, but yet you want to uphold systems that oppress others. Get it together. Oh, but I'm so tired of ignorant ass people. I'm so tired of people being able sitting up here trying to enable the bullshit. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not shocked that his sister said that. Only because simple fact of I know for a fact there's a lot of people just based off the strength of them being your cousin, your brother, your sister, they're gonna have your back 5,000 times tenfold. And I get that to a certain degree. Like, I will understand that if this was a case of this is my brother and he shows a particular face to me in the family, and that's what I'm going based off of. But however, the reason why this is different is because the simple fact of there's footage of you having sex with an underage person. Well, at least people assume to be underage compared to the other people that have hit the panel, assumed to be underage. There's documentation of you and Aaliyah. If you also go based off the testimonies of his ex-wife, and that could be a little sketchy there, but however, if you go based off those testimonies, if you go based off the testimonies of K. Michelle, if you go based off the testimonies of people that was in his camp, if you go based off the testimonies of people that even live in goddamn Chicago, like Lady T, I believe it was Lady T, literally came up here and just said that it was a running theme of R. Kelly allegedly being in Chicago by the schools. So I'm so tired of people just being ignorant to the bullshit, because the thing about it, as soon as this is your cousin, your sister, anything like that, all of a sudden you want the world to stop. I'm so tired of ignorant ass pastors that sit up there and want to spit out hatred, but yet when it comes down to them and their congregation, all of a sudden they want to be manipulative and, oh, woe is me. I'm so tired of ignorant ass people. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so tired. I'm tired. I just can't do this no more. So tired. So just so you know, this pendulum may swing. I may try to be on the lighter side, but also too, I just might just cuss her the flying fuck out right along with R. Kelly and Boosie. And another thing too, let's consider the source. Y'all, let's stop trying to add Boosie as a voice of reason for when it comes down to melanated communities. This man doesn't even have a degree nor the vernacular to be the voice of anything. Like, this it's not making no sense to me. He's a big giant contradiction. The only voice that he can be is for prison. And even then, when I say that is, sir, you went to prison, but yet you have the nerve to sit up here and try to look down on somebody else. Bitch, Him and fucking what's that pastor name? White head, dark head, black head. Same. Take them back. Go. Actually, I don't want to say that. I'm about to say take them both back. But with that being said, they both of them deserve to be in the same cell. Just ignorant ass people. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm on my radical shit. I'm not gonna lie, only because I'm kind of on this whole thing of niggas ain't shit, and they keep showing that shit on the daily. Niggas ain't shit, and don't. By the way, ladies, and anybody else, do not shy away from holding these niggas accountable. They gonna use every trick in the book to try to get away from that accountability, which means cussing their motherfucking ass out, slapping the shit out of them, bitch. If you gotta hit them with the car, bitch. At this point, I'm just so over this shit. They will use their children. Oh, he has kids. Fuck them kids, bitch. Because at the end of the day, you should have thought about
Okay, girl. So let's save all that toward the end, child. We'll let the credits roll with all of that. Let's get into R. Kelly. Sorry to keep y'all waiting, girl. I had to go handle something real quick. Let me put up my fair use doctrine, girl. Thumbs up the video if y'all are in the live stream. Let me put my fair use doctrine, girl. Girl, I wonder if these folks won't even let us use their footage, girl.
I guess
this
what
is
we
courtesy
can
of Good Morning Britain, girl. So y'all better be nice. Y'all better play nice, great morning Britain. Okay. Once again, this footage is courtesy of Good Morning Britain and R. Kelly's lineage had some things to say. Okay. Let me read this fair use disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Okay? So you guys know that we're going to have to pause and play and pause so that this can really count as fair use. Okay? So we're going to have to talk about the footage, girl. All right, so turn your earbuds and your Dr. Beats and shit headphones up, girl, because we're about to get into it.
Americans have always been treated unfairly, and so I think that has a lot to do with it, as well as other factors. There are over 70% of the people of the men of color have been found guilty, and then they weren't. That don't mean they're guilty.
Now, we were trying to also figure out which sister was who, because you guys know that according to... So actually, before we run this footage, let's get into a bit of a backstory, actually. This article is courtesy of ebony.com. Let's go ahead and get into this, because I have a hypothesis as well. This is courtesy of ebony.com. R. Kelly's brother says that he and singer were molested by older sister, okay? Carrie Kelly, who was featured in recent Lifetime docuseries Surviving R. Kelly, is the younger brother of the R&B singer. During the series, it was revealed that both Carrie and the My Body Calling crooner were molested as children, though they didn't reveal their abuser. During an interview with Tasha K of Unwind with Tasha, Carrie opened up about their molestation, saying their older sister, Theresa Kelly, sexually abused Carrie and Robert when she was 16, and they were just 6 and 10 years old, respectfully. Carrie said his sister grabbed his head as a child and forced him to perform sexual favors. Carrie also said that Theresa also allowed their eldest brother, Bruce, to play outside when he wanted. Carrie and Robert, however, were forced to stay inside with her one at a time strategically so that she could sexually abuse them while Carrie wasn't present when Robert was abused. He believes Robert experienced the same molestation. The difference, however, is that he believes the future R&B star enjoyed it. Quote, Robert, I believe, mentioned it to Bruce, our older brother, and I overheard it. He was bragging about, quote, I'm not a virgin no more. For him, it was like a rush. I think he enjoyed it, and I think that's another reason they got along after the fact. According to Carrie, Theresa grew up to be a self-proclaimed woman of God, of course, leading her to shun Carrie and Bruce as sinners. She has attended several of R. Kelly shows. However, with her pastor and congregation in tow, she ultimately moved to Aurora, Illinois, about an hour outside of Chicago. The abuse went on for 6 years. Carrie said he never told their mother about the incidents before she passed away. Watch the full interview here so you guys can check out Tasha K's interview with Carrie. Now, you guys know that, you know, Carrie is a little shaky because he also recently came out and admitted that he lied about some things that he also told Tasha K, okay? But in the surviving R. Kelly series, it was mentioned that R. Kelly was abused by an older sister, and allegedly he was also abused by the landlord of the building that him and his family was being raised in as well. So R. Kelly, Robert Kelly, was being sexually abused and subjected to sexually deviant people from a very young age in multiple areas of life. And could you imagine having that much sexual violation and assault in your life? Like, it's already one thing for it to be happening in-house ancestrally, but then it's also happening outside of that. And I am assuming that the landlord was more than likely male. Okay? And somebody said that Kelly admitted that as well. So there it is. So I also looked up Miss Theresa, girl. Theresa Kelly, okay? Allegedly, she's been locked the hell up and in and out of crime, girl. This is courtesy of wikibiography.in, okay? Theresa Kelly here, okay? You see mugshot, childhood pictures, etc. Now her and her brother are twinning in that orange, girl. They're twinning, girl, okay? The article goes on to say that Theresa Kelly, bio, husband, family, career, sister, network, height, weight, religion, sexuality, birthday. Theresa Kelly is a stylist and businesswoman. She is particularly famous for being the sister of renowned singer R. Kelly. She was born to Joanne Kelly and raised in Chicago's Bronzeville neighborhood, Ivy, Wells Homes public housing complex. Because of the father of the Kelly family was not present, Theresa was left to look after them. She was responsible for her younger siblings while their mother was gone at work. As is clear, Theresa put her siblings through a lot, and she may even be blamed for some of R. Kelly's own bad habits. While Theresa prefers to have a low profile and stay out of the spotlight, we know from Carrie's interview that she grew up to be a devout Christian. With her pastor in church, she has attended numerous of R. Kelly's concerts. Theresa eventually relocated to Aurora, Illinois, which is approximately an hour's drive from Chicago. Theresa is 58 years old, and because she does not utilize social media, nothing is known about her present whereabouts or position. She is said to have her own children and to work as a stylist, according to sources. There have been rumors that Theresa changed her name as a result of the attention she surely received as a result of Carrie's charges. Finally, we know that she last lived in Aurora and that she denied sexually abusing Carrie as a child. Surprisingly, the outrage directed against Theresa Kelly on social media resulted in a few innocent people being harassed after being misidentified as R. Kelly's sister. Hopefully, Theresa will come out and address the charges against her as soon as possible and will be held accountable as a result. Meanwhile, netizens will continue to search for the Chicago native on social media. My God, today. So it doesn't appear that Theresa joined her sisters and siblings in this interview in defense of their brother, Robert Kelly, girl. Okay, so let's get back to Good Britain. Good Morning Britain. And once again, this is covered by Fair Use Doctrine, girl. Jesus, baby. Okay, and you know what? And you know, I'm going to give Theresa the benefit of a doubt. I'm sure that she is also the product of sexual abuse because usually it's a connection. Usually it's a pattern of abuse. It's a pathology. It's a generational thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if the same landlord that abused Robert was probably also violating Theresa. She might have also experienced ancestral abuse as well as a young girl. And her mom was putting her in very, very adult situations by leaving her as a caregiver for her younger brothers, only at the age of 16, because their mom was a single mom. And she had to pull for resources and make the oldest daughter a supplemental mother figure. Okay? Whew. It's a lot going on. Okay? It's a lot going on. I believe that people need to be held accountable for their behavior, but I also empathize with abusers who have become, with victims who become abusers, because oftentimes they take the full brunt and blame for their deviancy, even though their deviancy, even though they were victims themselves of deviant people. It's just really a fucked up chain of events that take place. It's a mess. Nonetheless, let's get to this interview. All right, I'm gonna rewind it back. All right. Fair use doctrine, let's go.
Unfairly, and so I think that has a lot to do with it, as well as other factors. There are over 70% of the people, of the men of color, have been found guilty, and then they weren't. That don't mean they're guilty. Just because that he has been found guilty, that doesn't mean he's guilty.
Do you accept that he's done anything wrong at all?
If he's done anything wrong, we are all, none of us are perfect. But as far as the extent of what they're saying, holding someone hostage, and these females were treated like queens, that I don't believe. That doesn't add up. Robert does not have to hold anyone hostage.
So I think it's funny how she like really avoided answering the question, to be quite honest. She deflected by saying, well, we're all basically sinners. Mm-hmm. And then she went immediately into saying what she didn't believe he did. So she never really spoke specifically to the question and articulated why and where and what he's exactly wrong for. She made a very general sweep across it and indicted all of us as wrongdoers. I think there's a difference between most of us and your brother, Sugar. Most of us don't have a sex tape with an alleged underage girl and urinated on her. Most of us don't have 3 and 4 children that we are barely paying child support for and barely active in the lives in. Most of us don't have whole entire docu-series produced on us because we've had decades and decades and decades of time to play in people's faces and to exploit them and take advantage of them, whether they were under or overage girl. Yeah, so we are gonna need you, Sister Kelly, to put some levels to the shit, Sugar, okay? Stop acting like Kelly is wrong like the rest of us in terms of every now and again he tells a white lie. Or every now and again, you know, his temper gets the best of him, girl. Okay? Or he's in a class all in and of himself. But let's continue to listen.
Come at him because of his status and who he is. You know, you have thousands of women that come at him. Why does he have to hold a few hostage anyway?
Can you really sit here?
Okay, so this is somebody who obviously also doesn't understand like the psychology of abusers, particularly pedos, because it's not for them about access to an abundance of men or women. It's literally about the predatory dynamics between an abuser and someone they deem as prey, which is why they specifically lock in on younger adolescent individuals. Okay? So him having 50 million 11 grown ass women throwing panties and bras on stage does not denounce the fact that he also is an alleged abuser and pedo. Okay? Don't conflate the two. being a pedo is not about a lack of sex. There's a particular psychology that sexual abusers work from sister girls. So I think she might have kind of missed the mark there. But let's continue to listen.
That your brother has not been with underage girls.
I can say he may have been with younger women, but as far as underage girls, no, and I stress girls, underage girls. Who has seen that?
Well, it was proven in court that he married the singer Aaliyah when she was 15 years old.
I don't know that he married Aaliyah. I don't know that. I'm not going to discuss that.
What about the countless victims?
So they don't know that. Like y'all got time to be front and center for a Good Morning Britain interview, but y'all weren't front and center supporting y'all brother in trial because all of that came up and out at trial. They showed the divorce certificate. They showed the marriage certificate. They had testimonies. There was physical evidence to support the arrangement of this marriage. The marriage had to be annulled by Aaliyah's parents. So how don't you know that he in fact married her? So now they are like selectively choosing what is and what ain't.
Came forward and said, R. Kelly abused me when I was underage. R. Kelly physically abused me. R. Kelly held me against my will and did repulsive things to me.
I believe so. A lot of the alleged victims are bitter.
You weren't there in that house.
Yeah,
when
but what
all
about
these
the ones that were there?
crimes were being committed.
What about the ones that were there? Well,
so see how she deflected again? He specifically asks, not about those who were there willingly, not about the girls who enjoyed captivity, not about the girls who enjoyed rubbing their own feces all over their body to sexually arouse R. Kelly. The question specifically is, despite how many women over this period of time willfully participated in this, what about those who did not? Because even if one woman or one girl was abused, exploited, sex trafficked, human trafficked, that makes R. Kelly's sentencing just, even if that happened to just one of these women. So what about those women? But you see how she immediately goes to, but what about the ones who did? What about the ones who did?
The witnesses called. The people that said, okay, whenever they were asked to write statements, why weren't they ever called back? What about the people that actually said, no, I've never seen that?
A lot of people may say...
What about the damn women who said I was exploited and abused? What about the young girls who said that I walked into the back of the tour bus and actually caught R. Kelly and Aaliyah in sexual acts while she was only 15, 14 years old? What about the girls who spoke about being fed through a slit in the door and had to ask for permission to use the restroom by house staff? What about them? Because you got a whole lot of whatabouts for the interview, bitch, but he's the one asking you about the whatabouts.
Delusional.
Well, that's them. There's a lot of people that are saying I'm delusional. They haven't been where we are. They haven't spoken to him.
But can you acknowledge the victims?
I'm not going to acknowledge something that I don't have the proof of. If there's a victim, I will acknowledge. But from what I've seen in court and from what I've studied and from what I've read, the only victim I've seen that's been stolen from, lied on, is Robert. No one's talking about the money that...
According to his sister, child, the only victim here is R. Kelly.
Being extorted from Robert. No one's talking about what was stolen from him. No one's talking about the businesses that were in his name. No one's talking about the bank accounts that were in his name. No one's talking about any of the millions of dollars that was ciphered from him. No one's talking about that because he's supposed to be the monster, and he's not a monster. He's not a pedophile. He was just taken advantage of.
The judge in the New York trial.
I just know this heifer.
Hold on. Because it's almost over. It's almost over.
It's not about sex. It was about violence, cruelty, and control.
People mind that part.
It's taken advantage of.
The judge in the New York trial said in court that that case was essentially not about sex. It was about violence, cruelty, and control. She painted a picture of your brother as someone who was a sex predator. And in so many ways, these other trials coming up will have a similar narrative.
We just want to make sure that we support him and give him the strength he needs, the prayers he needs. I'm not so concerned about, okay, I'm going to be stressed out about this. I'm going to be stressed out about that. I don't operate that way. So in operating in faith, I just believe that God is going to allow what needs to happen to happen.
Why are you concerned about his safety at the prison that he's in Chicago?
The main reason I'm concerned.
She's going to allow God to reign. Maybe God already has, sis.
About Chicago's because I don't understand how another inmate was even allowed near a high-profile person like Robert. I don't understand. How were you able to get in his cell and start beating him in his head?
So what's funny is that she's concerned about people, other prisoners abusing her brother, but she has no concept of the abuse that dozens of women are alleging against her brother. So in that case, shouldn't we be able to reasonably debate whether R. Kelly is being abused at all? Because if she can conceive that all these women are lying on him about him abusing them, then we can easily argue that R. Kelly is lying, exaggerating, and imagining all the abuse that's happening to him. Hell, let's take it another step. She's saying that these women willfully put themselves in this position. Well, seems that R. Kelly willfully put his ass in prison. Maybe he's doing something to be abused, Sister Kelly. Maybe he's inviting this abuse. Maybe he wants this abuse. But it seems that what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander when it comes to Sister Girl.
Were you able to do that?
During the conversation.
Now, these are the type of pick-me's that I be talking about. These are the type of these are the toxic as patriarchal black women. She would be willing to alienate and to completely control and delete woman's plight for the sake of protecting a man who literally has been seen in 4K committing his acts and actions. She's willing to denounce dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of women. And what's funny about this is that people like her, not only do they defend Kelly, but they forget that the testimonies are not just of the victims. The testimonies of the victims are also supported by R. Kelly's teammates, which is why people were also saying that because he went down for RICO, that there should be more people in prison with Kelly other than R. Kelly. In Surviving R. Kelly, his bandmates spoke out, his guitarist spoke out, plenty of members within his camp spoke out who saw the triangulating. Sparkle spoke out about her dynamics with Kelly behind the scenes. She even alleged that it was her niece who was the underage girl in the infamous video, even though that has been challenged by other people. But it's not just the victim and their testimonies. Their testimonials support each other's, and those who were around Kelly also saw things that looked like they were in tandem to the circumstances the victims speak of. Being held captive not being able to talk to each other, everybody being isolated and separate, R. Kelly not wanting people to openly communicate with each other, young women being flown out, Drea Kelly speaking about girls coming to the house, but taken down to the basement where the studio allegedly was, but not being privy to what was going on. She was never privy to be a part of studio sessions, etc. But what about all of that?
So you've had with him. Has he ever cried or expressed regret or shown any emotions at all?
He'll be like, forgive them, forgive them, forgive them,
He says.
forgive them.
And I said, forgive them after all the lies, after all the things that have been said about you, all these
After they
lawsuits,
persecuted and
everything is
ridiculed
about
you in
money.
the
And
media.
the only thing that you can say is forgive
Just
them.
forgive them.
How can you sit here and say R. Kelly was the victim? A lot of people.
I just told you,
will
I
be
don't
confused.
care about what a lot of people. I can only go by what I see, what I know, what I've experienced.
Which is nothing. You weren't in the house, you weren't on the flights, you weren't in the studio, you weren't in the basement, you weren't locked up in the rooms, you weren't on the tour bus, you weren't in the courthouse, you weren't at the DMV, you weren't. You're speaking very, 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 very matter of a fact from a position of not being anywhere in this thing when once again these victims' narratives are also supported by members of R. Kelly's camp. It's not just the independent testimonies of the victims themselves. There were people in R. Kelly's camp who were able to corroborate what looked to be, what seemed to be to them, the circumstances the accusers and victims speak of.
That's how I can sit here and say that. I do understand where they come from, and that was an abusive relationship. So I truly understand where they're coming from, and I'm not knocking any alleged victims down at all. And I hope that everybody that's involved gets restored and healed, period. But the robber that I have met and come to know is totally opposite person.
So that was 6 minutes of that. Wow, that was very bizarre. I am also going to go on record and say that R. Kelly probably also was a victim of exploitation as well. People took advantage of him and his clout and his fame and also exploited their daughters. I think sometimes the public think it has to be one or the other, that either everybody else has to be the bad guy or R. Kelly has to be the bad guy, when all things can be true at once. There were clearly women, in my personal opinion, that he took advantage of and preyed upon. He preyed upon their youth. He preyed upon their naivety. He preyed upon their desperation and desire to have a career and to also to have proximity and access to power. And he played off of that power. That's why we call it power dynamics. And also, because R. Kelly is a man of wealth, is a man of status, is a man that have access, there were fucked up adults in this situation who I also believe willfully put some of their teenage daughters in the hands of R. Kelly. I think recently in trial, or a trial coming up, that it's coming out that one of the girls were groomed by her parent. Her parent were groomed, that her mother taught her how to seduce R. Kelly, taught her how to sexually appeal to R. Kelly, how to get next to R. Kelly, etc. So he was taking advantage of people, and there were also people taking advantage of him. This is typically what happens when you have people of hyper visibility or hyper wealth. They can oftentimes be the predator and they can be the prey. And in R. Kelly's case, all that shit was happening simultaneously. he was exploiting, he was also being exploited and used accordingly. Both those things can be true. But Miss Sister Girl here, Miss Sister with the very friendly, all-inclusive LGBT eyebrows on, honey.
Lost her motherfucking
It's a
mind.
no for me, girl. It's a no for me, girl. It's a whole no for me, Miss Mama. Okay? She looking like an angry ass Mrs. Pac-Man in the face.
Girl.
And completely doubling down on supporting Kales. I mean, at least I can say for the sister girl. At least I can say for the sister on the end, girl, Michelle Williams on the end, girl, or Beyonce, was at least able to be somewhat balanced and be like, yes, this is my brother. Of course, we love him. But for the people that's hurt, you know, sending light and love, honey. Okay? Because you can love people and tell the fucking truth at the same time. It's not one over the other. That's your brother. Nobody expects you not to love him. Nobody expects you not to have a sentimental value of him. You've known this man your whole life. You've also been exposed to his humanity in ways that the general public is not. So nobody is expecting you to denounce and divorce your brother. What we are expecting you to denounce is R. Kelly the abuser. Not Robert Kelly, your brother, but the actions of the abusive aspect of your brother.
Mm-hmm.
So you can love him and also see clearly. Now that the rain is gone. But I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna drop the link, and I'm gonna let Reckless sound off on his commentary.
I already gave bits and pieces, but I will say this is that, girl, you done lost your motherfucking mind. Once again, this is another case of you're trying to combat and trying to make it seem like your brother was just solely this victim. It's one thing if you can say that he was victimized to some degree, and then you can get into details about that. Then we can, okay, we could probably meet you on that. You know, I get it. You know, the parents need to be held accountable. But I'm gonna say for me, my thing is that I never was opposed to people trying to get the parents. But however, my thing is I always thought it was very convenient that whenever we always talk about holding R. Kelly accountable, since no matter if they sent their daughter in there, he was the adult and he made the conscious and executive decision to engage in sexual activities, being aware of what the law says and being aware how people are going to feel and view him as a entertainer and also as an executive. Whenever we get into the conversation of holding him accountable, all of a sudden you want to spread that accountability. Oh, no. We're going to start with him first, and then we're going to get to the motherfucking parents. Because my thing is this. I notice that happens a lot in any type of conversation when we're talking about holding someone accountable. Yeah, I was, holding me accountable. However, he was over there too. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to get to him once we done with you. But now that we're done with R. Kelly, now we're going to get to the people that we need to get to, which are those parents as well. Another thing too, because I've seen this a couple times in the chat. What you mean free Kelly? He ain't going nowhere. He better not go nowhere. He better his ass better stay right up in there. And if he do, actually let me not, because I'm about to say something so fucked up. But I'm just gonna leave that alone. That's it.
He is free. He is free to finally learn how to goddamn fly. Okay, so maybe the sink connected to the window will give him enough leverage to practice his wingspan. Maybe that damn little 4x4 window that they have to the top of the goddamn light bulb up there is enough for him to jump off and attempt to flap his wings, girl, so he can soar on to freedom. Welcome to the platform, TV. What's going on?
And that's the thing too.
Go ahead, Reckless. Go ahead, Reckless.
Because it's over here us boiling. Like, my thing is this. Like, we sitting up here with literally, in the words of Dream Doll, fuck being booed up, come spit in my butt. You literally was on a fucking sex tape, allegedly with an underage person, sitting up there eating that person. Like, I don't understand. Like, we can't deny all of this stuff. Like, we're not gonna sit up here and act like we didn't see what we saw. And keep in mind too, for those wondering, I was already underage, so no matter if I sent it or not, I was in the clear. But like, let's be very clear, like we're not gonna sit up here and act like people were not aware of your track record. This is not like a one-time incident. This is not something that just happened. You have a reputation. Even if people don't say the same thing about you for 20 years for it to not have no bit of truth, nothing. I can understand if it's something that's been going around, it's never really been proven. But however, people don't say the same thing about you for about 45,000 years, and there's no type of smoke. Like, where there's smoke, there's fire. Something. So, like, for me, it's the ignorance. Once again, this is another example of how the hell we will sit up there and protect the sexual assaulters, child molesters, all these different types of things. And of course, we have to assemble for the toxic patriarchy, aka T.I., aka Bootsy, that's going to be by his side.
Black women talk about not being protected, and ironically, you have Black women participating in not protecting Black women.
Mm-hmm. And also,
these 3 Black women up here standing beside. We're gonna stand beside them, y'all. We're gonna stand beside them.
Well, just make sure when it's your turn, I'm not gonna stand beside you.
These will be this. I guarantee you, these are the same Black women. Let their 15-year-old daughter, their teenage daughter, come home and tell them that a man or that their boyfriends or that a boy at school just assaulted them, baby. They'd have every damn CPS, FBI, police department filing. They'd be ready to send every nigga in the neighborhood up there to sound off. But because, and this also is about protecting wealth too.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't help but feel that these sisters are trying to protect the bag.
Mm-hmm.
R. Kelly is connected to a bag that can come in handy. Anytime that anybody need a mortgage, anybody need a new property, anybody needs some medical expenses paid, anytime anybody need some tuition money, I wonder if they would be this adamant and passionate about R. Kelly, even if he was their brother, if he was just a regular smuggler ass McDonald's worker or the manager at Walmart or da-da-da-da-da.
Mm-hmm.
Because they probably would be letting his ass rot because there's nothing to gain from his ass being casted off the island. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
TV, welcome to the platform. Sound off, bro.
Where's the BT? How y'all doing today?
Hey, boo.
Well, first of all, them hoes not even his sisters. Quite frankly, the one sister that got accused of touching him or whatever, but them girls aren't his sisters. Those are play sisters. They got the same last name, but they ain't really his sisters. One of them actually, believe it or not, has a music career in the background. She a SoundCloud artist. She go by C. Kelly. Those girls are tied to him for a coin, and my thing is, if y'all not really related to him, why would y'all want to be tied to a man who has a history like that? That's weird to me.
So you're saying that other women in the interview are blood related to Kelly?
No, they're not. So they're not really his sister's child.
So they're his sisters like this, but not his sisters like that.
Yeah, they're sisters by that's sis, but they're not blood related. No, those hoes are trying to get a coin.
Are they Black people related?
Yes, they're not blood related. We're giving a platform to 3 random broads that are quote unquote his family.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Like I said, one of them has a SoundCloud career called, her name is C. Kelly. She released some music, I think, like last month. Shout out to Lovely T, she the one that broke that down. And the other 2, I don't know where they came from, but those are his sisters, no. One of them got a son who also has a music career, but they want to change his whole government name around to not be tied to Kelly. So my whole thing is, once again, why would you want to be tied to a grown-ass man with the history he has, all because you want a coin? Because my question would have been, as an interviewer, if those were his sisters, which one of y'all touched Kelly?
Why did Good Morning Britain caption the interview as his sisters?
How do y'all got a last name Kelly? How many people you know what there's got a last name that's common enough to still claim as a family member?
Let me find out that Great Britain think that all Black people look alike. Therefore, if we say we're related, we must in fact be related.
Why we all look alike? So that wouldn't be surprised that's the case.
Well, this actually makes me feel better that R. Kelly's family is not necessarily in the sunken place, because if these people were actually a part of the Kelly family and actually speaking out in support of him, I would have had to question a lot of things. Now, a lot of people are asking, why isn't his sister serving time? Well, as y'all saw from the articles, she was smart enough to haul ass and to change her name, her last social security number. Any of y'all who saw Jennifer Lopez in the movie Enough, she enough they motherfucking ass, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She got gone, baby. Okay?
Now I say everybody with some common ass sense when we talk to that man name, you know what I'm saying? Why would three grown ass women with just the last name Kelly want to take his name to get money off it? That's weird to me.
What do you think about R. Kelly being abused himself? Like, do you think that what do you think about him being abused himself by both allegedly his older sister and the landlord of the
I think
building
that
that he lived in?
first of all, that's fucked up. It is. Do I think that ties into how he became who he is? Let's be real. Yes, childhood trauma throughout the years. If abuse keeps happening, of course you're gonna think that's okay. And a lot of victims who don't recover from that type of trauma do go on to, and I'm not saying everybody does. For the most part, will follow that same behavior. Excuse me. But it's excusable? Absolutely fucking not. And then you're doing it on minors at that. The reason why I think the family members will get caught up in this, as Reckless said, because again, we know that because these were young black girls, that the sisters don't care about black women, so they're gonna let that slide, and the grown ass parents gonna walk away with no jail time. But I wish they all go to motherfucking jail. I wish they did. And that pertains to Aaliyah. We already know what kind of Illuminati shit behind that is, so I'm not gonna get into that. On your channel, you take it down, so we won't leave it alone.
Period.
We all know he married that young. We all know he married Aaliyah, child, allegedly or not. We know he did.
She literally sat up there and said she basically all she can speak from is her experience, but she's speaking on behalf of all these people's experience.
I think the only person out of this whole situation that wound up actually getting some common sense and walking the hell away was Ariel. Because there's no allegedly a rumor saying that Joyce is still will be tied to this man still behind the scenes. If I recall.
Yeah.
I think it was some blog post that Joyce is still be tied to R. Kelly when he get married to him in the jail and shit. So that's alleged. Yeah. But only Ariel has the common ass sense. The rest of the people are stupid as hell.
There's a lot going on.
It is. This is one crazy ass story, and I think this comparison, the Bill Cosby, what difference with Bill Cosby was that his sentence was already placed in a place where he was allowed to get out of it. He still might go to jail again. Who knows? What the case may be, but he was put in a place where he's allowed to get out of it. Our kids like in that same forbearance. They're like, you go rot in jail, man. You that's it. So you gotta play your cards right. Just because you didn't get the part. So whatever. Yeah. Let him ride.
Well, thank you for that, TV. I appreciate you. Great talking points. Anya, welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts.
Hey, CTV.
Hey.
Hey, Reckless.
Hey.
Okay, so I'm having another moment of transparency. Listen, I was one of the people, although I never spoke out publicly, I was one of the people that felt like R. Kelly was getting like snowballed. And it was only because I know how I've been in and personally seen people that were young like myself that literally went after, old, we put ourselves in positions to go after older men.
I told you before too. I mean, I ain't never went after, but I was attracted to older men growing up as well. Like,
yeah, but I'm talking about like literally going after, like, let me say, setting up. You may not like, you know what I'm saying, being manipulative so that you can get this person, right? And you have a whole motive and a whole goal, right? So I was looking at it from that point. I actually never followed the story. I never seen none of the interviews. I didn't watch the show, but I know of his, his history, and I definitely know he has a pattern. But honestly, when you were giving your commentary, I literally, I stepped out of myself and I just listened, and this is why I really F with your platform. for like so many different reasons, but this is one of the main reasons, because I feel like you always you come from a neutral place. You speak from both sides. And I can understand and totally agree. I never really thought about the ones that did not want to participate. Of course, there were plenty of them that chose to participate and do that, but everybody did not choose to participate, you know, and I never thought about that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was sitting back listening. I'm like, yeah, you know, like, now I got to take accountability because we're so quick. You know, this is for, it doesn't matter if those are his biological sisters or not. Some of us do. We enable, like you say, the toxic patriarchy. We do. You know what I'm saying? And in that instance, I realized that I did. You know what I'm saying? Without, even though I never said it, I still thought it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, but there were people that did not want to participate. That's just a fact. You cannot, you know what I'm saying, disrecognize that, avoid that. There are, even if it was one person, but I have still empathy for him because he was a victim himself. I don't necessarily believe he belongs in prison. I think he needs to be like in a psychiatric hospital, because if you cannot take accountability, it's something wrong with anyone. You don't have to necessarily have closure or even make peace with the fact of you've been victimized to know that you've been victimized. That's common sense. It should be common sense. But for, you know, a person that cannot see that what happened to me was victimizing, and now I'm going to go and perpetuate the same cycle that victimized me and not take accountability, there is a mental imbalance there. And it could have came from his trauma. So he needs help. I don't necessarily always think being locked up in prison is helping some people. You know, some people, you know, I don't think he wants to reform, but give people the opportunity to reform. Prison is not the place for everybody to reform. I don't think him being in prison is going to help him because he needs help. He needs help. He still have women that are attached to him, whatever the age is, that are attached to him, that don't feel like he's getting the justice. They feel like it's an injustice for him to be where he's at. And they still have contact with this man. Now, if that girl married him, she still has, you know, contact. She still has access. He still has access. He's still victimizing her then. Although she may be making a choice to do it, she clearly is not in her right frame of mind to even continue to attach herself to this man.
Yeah.
So there has to be, or there should be, a system set in place for people that are mentally imbalanced, that literally victimize, whatever way they victimize people. And I just don't think that prison is necessarily the answer. I believe he's in a danger. I don't think
that's the answer either for situations like this. Like, there needs to be something not really surrounding punishment, but research, rehabilitation, because you have the issue of people being a product of their environment, which is why a lot of people are becoming like abolitionists and don't believe in the conventional prison system, and believe that a lot of that money and taxpayer money and private investor money should actually go into the actual country, into the actual communities that a lot of these crimes are pervasive in, and that money also going into mental health services of all kinds. And that can just give birth to an array of resources for communities where we see a lot of rampant gun violence, where we see a lot of sexual assault, etc. Boom, pow, boom, pow. I've never thought that conventional prison makes sense in terms of just lock people away like animals. I don't know what's productive about that. The data also shows that because prison doesn't focus a lot around rehabilitation and it's not a restorative justice, this is why most convicts are repeat offenders. This is why most inmates, most people who are convicted, who spend time in jail and prison, oftentimes end up back there in less than a year, in less than 2 years, in less than 3 years, because it's not transformative at all. These people oftentimes come out very institutionalized. They have no skill set, no ability to adapt to the outside world, because mental health, spiritual health was not a point of focus while in prison. these people come out with the same trauma and are honestly thrown back into the same world that drove them to crime in the first place. Whether that be sexual abuse, they probably also got sexually assaulted and had to participate in sexually abusing just to survive prison itself. So it's literally a disastrous mental asylum regarding conventional prison, and I'm not surprised that it really doesn't do those who go to prison any fucking real justice. So,
yeah. And I just want to say, even to the point of the sisters or the whatever they are to him, it is okay to support someone, but be honest. It don't just go to them, it goes to everybody that's listening. Like, we really have to start taking accountability too, as a, you know what I'm saying, a whole. We see people and we know people that we love, whether it's your brother, your father, your nigga, your cousin, your uncle, whoever, your child. You know what I'm saying? You see and you know that these people are doing foul stuff. You can still love a person and support a person, but be honest with them. Stop covering up. Like, you're doing them no good by sitting there and enabling them, you know what I'm saying, and never calling them out. Learn to hold people accountable. Speak the truth to people. Like, that's the best way to help a person. Tell them the truth. Don't be a participator, because that's all the women was doing that was on talking on that interview. Y'all participating in the shenanigans. Y'all know that this man is guilty of what, you know what I'm saying, he's done. Like I said, even if it was one person, if she said he did this to her, and there's a common denominator of information stating that this is his behavior, he more than likely did it. So just stop enabling people, because we do have a bad habit of enabling people and then, like, you know what I mean, get mad for others holding them accountable. No, he was wrong. The man need help. He need help.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Thank you for that, Anya. Welcome to the platform, Cat Mouse. Your thoughts on these non-sister wives speaking on behalf of R. Kelly.
Hi, Conscious. Hi, everybody. Hey. Yeah, those heifers are it's a prime example of black male worshiping at its most extreme, at its most sickest, at its most extreme. What you saw was a bunch of pygmies. I don't know. Someone mentioned, I don't know if it was on the panel or in the comments, someone mentioned that they might have been paid. It sounds like they've been paid off. I don't know what value did they think they were bringing to the situation to show their face. And I don't even know, did they travel to Britain? Did they go to London to do the interview? Did London come to them? It was the weirdest.
And the fact that Britain didn't know that these were not blood
right. They didn't. I don't know how they fact
y'all
checked.
just pick anybody's application to be interviewed. So you know, I'm gonna go up there next as a brother-in-law.
Yeah. I'm gonna claim to be his second cousin twice removed. I don't know. It was the weirdest thing, and so that's what I have to say on that. And to kind of with Anya, is that your name, love? Anya?
Yes, sweetie.
Hi, Anya. I think I spoke with you on a different panel or whatever. Okay, but I agree with you in the sense that you know, prisons we need prison reform, right? So I agree with you there. But in this particular situation, when we are talking about R. Kelly is a goddamn psychopath. And we have to see it for what it is. He is a psychopath in the family of psychopaths that you have, the Ted Bundys, the Jeffrey Dahmers, the Richard Ramirez. He's a goddamn psycho effing path. Okay. And he's a malignant, I think they call it a malignant narcissist too. There's no reforming these people. The only way you can do that, you got to get them off the streets into prison. He's damn near 60 years old. He's an elder at this point. He's a senior citizen. In a couple of years, he can qualify for Social Security and Medicare. He's an elder. He's been doing these foul, sexual, deviant things to children since he was himself in his late teens and 20s. He's been doing this for too damn long. I think someone mentioned in the comments that Ianya Van Sant was trying to get him on the show, but
No,
okay, no.
was not trying to get him on the
Oh,
show.
okay.
The public was trying to suggest that he come on to the show, but she said that she did not believe that R. Kelly was ready for that level of confrontation and healing. She wasn't going to play with R. Kelly ass.
Okay. Well, I take that back then. I thought it was the other way. Okay. Yeah. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that he has had plenty of time, decades, most of his adult life to use his wealth, his resources to seek psychiatric treatment. He did not do it. He didn't want to do it. There was other people in his camp who I remember watching the documentary that suggested to him to get help. He refused. So at 60 some years old, he's an old man. He's been doing it for 40, 50 damn years. It's a wrap for him. There's no rehabilitation for that. The best thing for him is to lock him up, throw away the key, and also to lock up the other people who were his co-conspirators, if you want to call them that, his alleged co-conspirators as well. But for people like R. Kelly, there is no rehabilitation. I've majored in psychology. I've seen all the cold case files, and I love watching documentaries about serial killers. So I'm that type of person. But yeah, there's no such thing as rehabilitation for someone like an R. Kelly. Now, if you were talking about the R. Kelly at 15, 16, maybe as someone that young, you can kind of get them when they're young and put them in a psychiatric hospital or some type of intensive treatment and try to rehab them. But when someone who's been committing crime and being a manipulative narcissist, antisocial, psychopathic behavior, and he's damn near 60, no, the right treatment for him is prison, to spend the rest of his days in prison. That's the only type of treatment that he can get is prison time. It's no such thing as treatment for someone like him. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Thank you, Cat Mouse. Before I let Charles chime in, did you want to respond to any of that, Anya?
No, I just want everyone to understand. It's not that I don't believe that he should not be held accountable, that he does not deserve to be locked away. I just don't think that prison is it. You may not feel like he qualifies for someone, like he's too far gone. He stands no chance of ever being reforming, but I'm just not set up to just automatically think that there's, no hope for anyone. You know what I mean? Like, but even in prison, maybe they should just start, setting a sign up in prison for those that, as she say, quote unquote, is a psychopath. Maybe there should be something in place for them to get some type of help. Yeah, some people are who they are, and he may very well be who he is. I'm not here to really combat whether he's guilty or not, because just as I stated, although I only considered the victims that I know, that's why I don't want to call the ones that willingly participated victims. I only considered those people. I didn't consider the ones that did not want to participate. They may have been all willy-nilly to get involved with him. And whenever he tried to, subject them to whatever he subjected these women to, they probably was like, no, this is too much for me. You know what I mean? Everybody ain't out here willing to sell their soul for a buck or fame. So, I do believe that he is guilty of a crime. I just would wish that there could be something offered to help this man, if he is able to rehabilitate himself.
Right.
I'm gonna have to double down on Anya's point. A lot of these issues of murder and burglary and scam and frauding and sexual abuse and sexual assault come from more systemic capitalistic issues. That's why I feel like I don't understand the nature. I mean, on a surface level, I understand the point of prison, but when I think about the reality of like human lives and human nature, prison does not make any sense. That's a kind of a cruel way of resolving issues that are also not being looked at in a nuanced way by the criminal justice system because it's inherently racist and was created just to be locking Black and brown people up, which is why we make up the higher demographic of the prison population in this country. And this country produces a huge economy off of its prison industrial complex. And I think because we have issues that are systemic and generational, and we have issues that are a result of racism, anti-Blackness, capitalism, etc., that I prefer prison to, I still prefer a lot of that money to go back into the communities and the families and restorative justice. And if there's going to be something like prison, it needs to be deeply and profoundly rehabilitating, because the reality is R. Kelly, we are lucky R. Kelly was able to get locked up at 60. There are pedophiles who are in prison right now who will be getting out at 30. There are RAPIST who will be getting out at 40, who will still be very much so capable of coming back into the community, coming back into the world, and living right next door to you and I, living right, working alongside you and I, working alongside our children. And if the current version of prison is not focused intentionally and exclusively upon rehabilitation, then all they're doing is holding all of these broken, confused, corrupted people until they're free again. And that's what the problem is going to be. So I prefer prison. I'm investing in a reform because I have to live with and exist and coexist and cohabit with these people who have committed these heinous crimes eventually, and when they come back out into the world. So they need to be getting help. There needs to be attention brought to their mental health. And the fact that the system knows that it's going to be re-releasing people, but does not also double down on restorative justice is just very odd, because what do you expect the condition of these people who come in fucked up, already traumatized, they're already doing what they're doing for all these issues. They come into prison, which makes them a prisoner of warfare. These people are exploited while they're in prison. They become slaves. They become prey. They get sexually abused. They become institutionalized. So then all you do is like re-wound the wounded, re-traumatize the traumatized, and then expect them to come back out here. Oh, and then they have to come back out here with a record. So they're not even coming out here with an expunged record where they have literally free full opportunity to get what they need out of the world. You're throwing them back poor the way you found it, uneducated the way you found them, and they're now hindered in their financial potential because they have to figure out who the fuck is going to hire them as a 2-time convicted felon, who's going to hire them as a et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now they're reduced to working at Applebee's and the local Dollar General as a stock boy. And then you're wondering why people are back in prison 2 years later. You're wondering why they're back in the streets committing fraud and crime. You're wondering why they're back shooting and banging. Like, it's almost like it's designed to be a whole fucking mess. We're just going in a circle with the current version of the criminal justice system. It's not actually producing any results that are in the best interest of those who in prison and the best interest of the public, who are going to have to deal eventually with those who are in prison, who will be free again.
But conscious, and Yanya, you guys have to remember, and I agree what you said.
I'm not actually talking about just R. Kelly. I'm past R. Kelly.
Okay.
Just the prison shit. Period.
The concept, I 1000% agree with there needs to be some type of restorative justice rehabilitation for people who desire it and for people who can be rehabilitated. But we just have to accept the fact that there are just some people in society that just simply cannot be rehabilitated, and that's okay. That's why there are prisons.
But
Yeah.
this cat mouse that we also are making an assumption about the potential of R. Kelly to be a reformed man because R. Kelly has never had help. We don't
He
even know
never.
what his response to psychotherapy would be. We don't even know what his response would be to quality therapy and counseling because he's never even put himself in this position whatsoever.
Right, and I think someone said they got therapists, and I'm pretty sure they got therapists in prison. So
I don't believe he should be rehabilitated while out willy nilly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Right.
I don't think he should be free. I don't think he should be
walking the streets.
Public. You know what I'm saying? Because
I believe that his imprisonment should be about rehabilitation, and that should be for every prisoner. That
right.
Should
but how do you force that upon someone? How do you force that upon someone who
that
feels?
Should be one of the things that come with being in prison. Like,
but he doesn't think that he did it. He didn't. He put in not guilty. He didn't say I was guilty. He claimed not guilty. So
wait,
of course he's not going to say he's guilty. No one around him held him accountable. So we believe to hype this out. And I'm not trying to I want you again. I'm not saying this man needs to be out and about as well. I do think he's an endangerment. I think he's an endangerment to himself, bigger more than he is to anybody else, because clearly you cannot think that this is, if you've ever been victimized, you cannot think that this is okay to whatever way you was victimized. You just can't think that it's okay to hurt people. You just cannot clearly think that it's okay to hurt people. So that does not excuse behavior.
Do y'all think someone like a Ted Bundy or, I mean, I'm dating myself, a Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer, those people can be rehab? So we just
I can't say who can be we can't say who can be rehabilitated if we don't allow rehabilitation to, at least the offer of rehabilitation. Maybe they need, if a person can be possibly released out into the general public, freed, maybe one of the, the conditions or the terms should be, you have to see a psychiatrist.
But how do you rehab a psychopath? How does that work? How does a malignant narcissist get rehab?
Here's the thing. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. I feel like we're kind of in dangerous water in a sense. I'm gonna explain why. Reason being is because of the simple fact of I'm not in the business of getting to the fact of like, okay, he can't be helped, throw him away. It doesn't matter. Only because everybody on this panel, whether you want to admit it or not, we all have shadow work. We all have things that we need to work on. We all have things that we struggle with, whether we put it on the front street or not. And what we're doing, you're making it illegal. You're making it a foundation for someone to look at you, even if you're trying your best, even if you're struggling with it, to throw you away. And for people that still want to help him and help rehabilitate, and they're not tired, then they can do that. But if you're not in the business of doing that, then you ain't got to do it. But I noticed
that our moral, in my opinion, at least for me, I'm going to speak. My humanity has to be reflected in, even when I think of justice, there has to be a humanity in justice.
Okay.
We cannot call people prisoners and criminals and then think that by them being criminals means that we can become criminal-minded.
Right.
And then desire the same evil upon them that they've casted upon others. So if anybody has a sound moral code, I think it makes sense to also, when you think about, okay, I don't even like the term punishment, when you think about accountability, that there has to be a level of humanity in that accountability as well, because at the end of the day, these are humans. Once again, there are all these systemic issues that also get in the way of why we probably are sitting on this panel not believing that any sense of reform or any sense of rehab would do it justice. But we're also speaking about that from the perspective of people who are looking at a current criminal justice system that does not emphasize mental health and does not emphasize rehabilitation to begin with. So we're also talking about something that we just haven't seen. So when we go to assess whether it can work or not, we have to consider that it very much so can be possible. But if we're not even going there at all and even attempting to go there, then all we have is our assumptions. But I do want to make it clear that our assumptions are based upon something that's not yet the case. So can R. Kelly be rehabilitated? Who knows? But once again, I'm specifically not just sticking to R. Kelly. I'm just saying in general that I believe that whatever we're calling prison should fundamentally, essentially, at its base level, be about rehabilitation. Period. I don't give a damn what type of crime you're in there for. That there should be things around life coaching. There should be things around developing life skills. There should be things around rehabilitating trauma. That all of these areas, but then also, because see, the thing about abolition work is that it's not just a requirement for the prison system to change. So the actual system will have to change too, because you can give a man a rod to fish, but if you send him also back out into a lake that has no fish in it, what is he going to do? So if racism and patriarchy and racist capitalism doesn't stop what it's doing, then it also won't be enough to just give people the tools, because they won't have anything to use them on.
Right.
So the outside and the inside world would have to be transformed radically. But I believe in rehabilitation. I'm a very hopeful person. You're talking to somebody who had a stepfather who was a cokehead, a crackhead, an alcoholic, who was violent toward my mother, who spent his whole life on his bald-headed whole shit, all the way up until he was 52 years of age, found the Jehovah's Witness movement, changed his life radically, is a shell of his old self today. You wouldn't even recognize this man today. Literally, the difference between night and day. So I'm someone personally who have seen radical rehabilitation all the way up until people being 50 and 60 and 70 years of age. I don't know whether that's the potential for R. Kelly, but change is always possible, and trying is the only way to get there. And even without an R. Kelly, I think we still got to figure out what the fuck are we going to do about this issue.
Right. I guess, and I'll just say this one last thing, and I dropped down. And I appreciate all you guys' opinion. I really do. I guess for me, from my standpoint, is that I don't want to be I don't want to live in a world to where, psychopaths and killers and child rapists are walking around and they playing. Again, I think that there's people who, like what you mentioned about your father. Is it your stepfather? Was it? Okay. He was open to change, so therefore he put in the work to change, and that's commendable. That's awesome. That's great. But there's simply people, and we have to just not be so naive and to think that there are people to not think that there's people out there who are just beyond help, and that's okay. That's why we do have prisons. Yes, there should be money and more funding towards psychiatric hospitals, counseling, rehabilitation center, drug rehab facilities, and stuff like that. But when we're speaking about very psychopathic, just simply damn near demonic ass behavior, and again, we take it back to R. Kelly. He's almost 60. He has plenty of opportunity, more money than you and I will ever see in our lifetime, to actually get help before it goes.
Because I'm on my way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak that. I'm sorry, Conscious. I'm just saying that he had many opportunities and the money and the wealth to get the best psychiatric help, the best therapist, the best that money could buy. He chose not to do it. And I nothing in me says that once he sees prison, all of a sudden, oh, now I found Jesus. Now I'm rehabilitated. Well, fine, you could be rehab and rehabilitate, whatever, but your ass is gonna stay up in that fucking cell until you rot in the fucking ground. And we have to be willing to be okay with that. I'm not, the day that R. Kelly dies in prison is not going to be a day that I'm going to celebrate or whatever, but I'm not going to cry and be all, all melancholy, sad and mourning about that either. There are just evil people in this world. They just are. And it's so naive. I'm sorry, in my opinion, it's just simply naive to think that every damn evil human being can be rehabilitated. They can't.
I don't think that that's what Anya
It's not.
was
It's not.
saying of that mouth. I think that we're saying that every human being should be afforded the opportunity
Yes.
to
say,
change.
how can
Whether
you
they
say
change
as
or not.
But
that our approach as outsiders in should always be led with the sense of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether the people on the other end receive that humanity, change accordingly to that humanity is really on them. I don't believe in throwing away the entire idea of a facility that traps human beings in it like wild animals, because to your point, I do believe that there are exceptions. I do believe that there are definitely certain types of people who need to be forbidden from society for the sake of community and society, like the Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger's of society.
You ain't gotta go that way. You Ted Bundy and a serial killer.
You know, so there's a place for that, but I think that right now, I think that we are treating everything like that because we only have one way right now, which is the current prison system. And to Anya's point, I don't believe that way is a just way. I don't believe that prison serves is point. And like I said, it's reflected in the statistics and the data. Most people are repeat offenders. Most inmates are returned inmates. Most people are in and out of the system because there's nothing rehabilitating or reforming about it. These people just get out to commit the crimes they've been committing because the root causes are not being healed inside or outside. But I understand what you're saying, and I do believe that there's a place for that.
But the thing is that which is another reason why I stepped in and I said that we're kind of giving like a foundation for other people to also throw us away for whatever situation or whatever. My thing is this, is that I understand we feel like there's gonna be people that's not gonna be able to make it or whatever. So we just throw people away. So we just make people discardable.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if listen, like I said, I think you guys are not under. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't want to assume, but there's just simply people in this world that you cannot rehabilitate. They're beyond redemption, and that's okay.
I just don't want us to conflate.
That's okay.
I just don't want the conflating of the two. I think of course, not everybody can be rehabilitated, but we don't even know how many people out of how many people that is because we don't rehabilitate people at all.
Yes.
So I think that it's reasonable to assume that there are people who can't be saved, and it's also obviously clear that we need rehabilitation to be the center of gravity. And at this point, I don't even think that should be for prisoners. I think globally, we should be putting the emphasis on mental health. I think America could do better just around its resources around mental health for everyday Americans who are dealing and living and existing in trauma and living and existing under capitalism and living and existing in poverty, etc. That hell, we need damn mental health rehabilitation before we even commit the crimes that this system don't do for. And
I don't. Are we saying really that people who rape children?
Well, hold on. And can we curb?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies.
But I'm saying, hold on. Let me just say this. I have looked at a lot of abolitionist views for like alternatives to a criminal justice system. I don't think it's clear yet what it needs to look like, but I think looking at what it is and what we got is clear that this also ain't it. I don't think we have a full vision of what the new system needs to look like entirely. Like, what do you do with mass shooters? What do you do with sexual assaulters? What exactly should be
serial killers?
Of dealing with these things if we're going to remove a criminal justice system as we have it today, but that's why we need to entertain these type of conversations and build upon that, because it's going to take a willingness to re-envision an entirely different system. It's going to take a willingness to re-envision an entirely different world. It's going to take intentional, creative power in order to put in place something else. And so having the conversations leads to ideas and building that system, because right now we have no idea what an alternative would look like, because mostly we barely even talking about the alternative. We are just accepting it.
Will we be having this conversation if R. Kelly was white and the victims were black girls? Will we be having this conversation?
I would be having this conversation.
I would.
Really? Okay.
You said if it was white.
About the color.
If R. Kelly was a white man and the victims was young black girls.
Yeah, because look what they did to Jeffrey and Harvey.
Right. It's not about the color, it's about the act.
These conversations are being had, period. Like whether it's with
we would want to rehab Harvey Weinstein. We would want to try to rehab Harvey or Jeffrey Epstein. We want to try to rehab them.
But what's the
Okay, let me
hold on, wait. Here's my question. Is anybody willing to, I don't know about y'all. I'm not willing to answer to any type of a God about a lack of humanity in myself. I'm just not willing to answer to that. So I am going to humanize human beings, even the worst of them, especially being educated on the fact that a lot of these issues are not within and just of the criminals themselves. That this stuff comes from somewhere. This stuff comes from being traumatized by other traumatized people. This is why we call things generational. Just like R. Kelly was ancestral abuse, so was Carrie Kelly. And their sister probably was also abused, or her consciousness was warped by some violating experience, whatever that may be. And so this is a curse that keeps on cursing. And I don't think we can remove those things when we are talking about what to do with those who commit crimes against humanity, because we're talking also about people who have had crimes committed against them by humanity. Humanity of all kinds, whether it's humanity by the system, just like you have young black boys who are not criminals, but they're going to sell weed and they're going to rob and they're going to steal cars to survive, not because they're evil, not because they're inherently corrupted, but because of the design of the reality that they're in. They're willing to do whatever needs to be done in order to put food on the table for their families. But this criminal justice system, because it's inherently racist and it was created just to lock Black and brown people up, it doesn't give a fuck about the why people do what they do. It doesn't give a fuck about how even the world it created leads to why the prisons are even filled to capacity the way that they are.
Can two things be Can two things be true where we can have a prison for the R. Kellys and the crazies and the serial killers, and then we can also have another type of system where people who show remorse, people who show compassion for the victims, and can't both systems exist to where we can lock up the crazy and the psychopaths and keep them away from society? We can lock them up, and then we can also have a system to where
I've already said that I think that there definitely need to be exceptions. That there are definitely people who need to be kept afar from the community.
And R. Kelly is one of them. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if R. Kelly is one of them, but I'm with you, a cat mouse. I'm not crying over R. Kelly being locked up, and I'm not shedding no tears if we get the news any day that he has transitioned and gone on to be with the Heavenly Father.
No, the heavenly Satan. He's going on to Satan. He ain't going to heavenly Father. He's going to hell.
But I also want to say that because I just remembered. Another reason why I'm like not really giving up on the rehabilitation either, only because the simple fact of you did mention earlier that Cat and Mouse, that how he had the resources, he was on top of the world, he had the money to be able to do etc. But however, let's also keep in mind that he was also rewarded despite, and he had a whole bunch of people enabling him. A lot of times too, a lot of us, and this is what Conscious and me always talk about all the time, a lot of us don't do the work when we kind of just don't have to. That's the luxury of quote unquote being dominant society. That's also the luxury of, you know, being in a position where you don't have to do the work. He had money, he had power, which made people enable a lot of things that he did. Not saying that it's right, but however, since now his ass is in prison and now he is in a position and all his money has been stripped away from him, now at this point he just might have to just do the work. But however, he just might not do that. But that's it.
Okay, hold off a minute, on TJ, because I still got to go in chronological order. But thank you for that, Cat Mouse. If you want to stick around, or you can, if you
I'll stick. I have a business call, but I'm gonna drop out and then probably drop back in. But bye, y'all. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, boom. Charles, welcome to the platform. Love, are you there?
Hey, how you doing? I'm just going.
How you doing, Charles? I'm so sorry for the wait.
Let me just say this.
Yes.
I'm gonna say this in all fairness. When R. Kelly came out that courtroom the first time, a lot of people said that was a blessing. But then, why don't we think that was a warning? See, you say it's a blessing you walked out of that courtroom. I say it was a warning. A warning to do what? To move different. Whether you had to get rid of everybody around you. And those so-called sisters, where was they when he was accused of this stuff the first time? Now, I saw the tape with him on VHS. And then I said, no, the VHS don't look too good. Then I saw him on CD. And I said, yeah, that's him. You can't teach a blind man to drive a Greyhound bus. You just can't do it. And then how do you rehabilitate some people like Jeffrey Dahmer? How can you rehabilitate somebody that eat a whole human being? How do you rehabilitate that person? You really don't. Some people you can't save. R. Kelly could have moved different. He chose not to. He had the chance to get help. He had the dice. He kept rolling. It's what it is. This is how I deal with kids, with children. Now, I went up to the school to see what was going on in my son's school, and the teacher got to say, well, Mr. Mayor, can you stay here? I'm going to go to the lounge. I said, no, hell, you ain't. I'm going with you. Why? Because I'm not going to be in here with these goddamn children. And why is that? Because children can be mean and they can lie too. No, I'm going to the lounge. We don't allow parents in the lounge. You allow them today. I'm going to be drinking coffee with you. That's who I'm going to be. He had a chance to turn around. He chose not to. When people tell you you're great, or you're the best singer in the world, or you can't make no mistakes, one thing I learned in my lifetime, ain't a horse been rolled, ain't a cowboy been thrown. That's the true story. He was a cowboy on that horse, and now he's thrown off. He's worried about how he landed. I rock with R. Kelly ever since '92. But then I saw the tape. I saw the tape, and the tape told me something else. Now, he said it wasn't him. And I'm telling you, it was. Even after all that, he could have moved different. I'm telling you, look at what's in front of him. If you go in a house, y'all, full of crackheads, and you stay in there long enough, guess what? You'll be smoking crack. You become your environment. You can't rehabilitate everybody. You would want to, but you can't. How about you get caught in a sting? This guy on TV got caught in a child sting, and they caught him. 2 days later, he come back naked. He didn't learn the first time. Why? Because something in his mind said, I ain't doing nothing wrong. He married Aaliyah. You can say what you want to, and her mama was a part of that.
Yeah.
And some people say she might have been pregnant. All that down. See, you got to understand, it's what you lay down. Sometimes your past can come back to hunt you. It can come back to hunt you. If you don't change what you're doing and your habits, your habits and what you're doing will come back to haunt you. And that's all I got to say.
Well, let me add something to that. Well, let me engage you a little bit, Charles, on some of your points. So to what you just said about, you know, he had opportunities where clearly mercy was shown. He had plenty of opportunity to get his shit together. But that's also why, like, we're talking about the need for mental health, because when sometimes the scar, the intellectual scar or the emotional scar is really deep and profound, the fear of consequences is not enough to make a person change their actions, because it's literally something that's vibrating in their subconscious or something vibrating within their emotional state that is going to triumph a slap on the wrist, that's going to triumph even like maybe 6 months in the county jail for some shit, because everybody's impacted by trauma and ignorance and environmental influences and in very different ways. And clearly R. Kelly had a very, very, there was some type of a profound shock to his emotional state. Earlier on, when I was reading that his older sister molested him along with the landlord in tandem to that, and then being brought up in Chicago in a crime-ridden community, being growing up poor, not having nothing, all of these things culminating in a young boy's experience. It's not shocking to me that R. Kelly is the way he is, because he kind of turned out the way his circumstances would leave him to turn out. But I think that when we talk about him having opportunity to get it together, he might not have gotten it together because what he needed wasn't it wasn't punishment. He needed actual healing. And that's my issue with the current criminal justice system, is that it focuses on chastising and punishing and not corrective measures being taken, because people aren't doing what they're doing just because they're doing it. There's reasons and contexts and things emotionally and mentally and spiritually at hand that give people the impulses and that compel people to act in the ways in which they act. To your point about, take a Charles Manson, how can you rehabilitate somebody who is willing to eat a whole other human being's head or flesh? That's interesting that you say that, because we also know that evangelical Christians have been able to evangelize and, if you will, even civilize very indigenous communities. Communities so indigenous that sometimes these communities were cannibalistic communities, literally living in the wild, amongst the wild, doing God knows what in the wild. And if the Christian religion could cause a domestication of fitness, then my God, I think that we certainly can create a more refined system that's not necessarily religious, that can even possibly and potentially rehabilitate people like Charles Manson.
Yeah.
And I also I also want to add to that, because that's exactly what I was gonna say. Is that, keep in mind, to the first point that Consciouztv was talking about, is that keep in mind what I said earlier with the other with cat and mouse. Just because we all have things that we struggle with or whatever, not making the comparison, y'all follow the message, don't follow the specifics. And just say if I'm an alcoholic and I have multiple interventions, and I had the time, and I also had, like, the opportunity to do better, but however I still decided to do etc. Only because simple fact of is that I may not think I'm an alcoholic, but however everybody on the outside of me sees otherwise. But however, what it may take for me is to be almost on my ass, and me also going through poisoning for me to get my shit together. So like I said earlier, is that for me, I have no problem with people that don't give a fuck if he die or etc. But however, I do want to not want to I don't want to get to a point to where I can be like, fuck him, only because of the simple fact of we once again we're setting, we can almost definitely set a foundation for anybody to do that to us, no matter if we're trying or not. And we've seen that throughout history.
But I think that, and I will add to that it's that should be included too, like treat people how you want to be treated. But I think we have to remember too that our sense of morality is not only connected to what we do for those we love, it's also connected to what we do to those that we are offended by as well. That morality has to swing in both directions, that your morality just isn't seen when it comes to how you treat the poor, but also how you treat those who have destroyed themselves or destroyed communities, or even may have even tried to destroy you. And I know that's a very, for some, because see, all that Christian biblical shit is easy to say until the people that Jesus is telling us to turn the other cheek to are the murderers, are the molesters, are the robbers, are the poachers, are the colonizers. We scale down the people that we have in mind when we think about a lot of that philosophy that we feel good about, until it's now time to talk about R. Kelly, until it's time to talk about the Charles Mansons of the world. And I think that justice, I think we can have justice. I think justice should involve healing. I just think that it should involve healing. I think that it should. I think people should be swept up off the streets and should have to participate in rehabilitating systems and have to be put through those rigmaroles and be subjected to that. I don't know, once again, also what a fully reformed system would look like, because I don't have enough of these conversations to build upon an entire vision for what a alternative looks like. But I know that I don't like what we currently have. Now, in R. Kelly's case, R. Kelly has lived his whole life to cat mouse point. The man is 60, 70 years of age. More than likely, he personally is not going to change his ways or his pathology, just like Bill Cosby didn't. Bill Cosby, while he was locked up for 3 years, they tried to get him help. He refused to go to counseling while locked up. He refused to deal with his shit. I'm going to assume in the alternative world, there would be really no such thing as refusal, because maybe refusal would result in that your ass will remain separated from the public. Like maybe that's, like, I don't know what the reform, but some of these things that people can do now by thinking of therapy as a luxury, like, oh, I don't have to. Maybe there's something we can do about that in the remix version of the criminal justice system. But yeah, I don't know. Like, but I also don't want us to conflate R. Kelly with all the other conversations that are happening within that same conversation around abolition work, around prison reform. Because some of this is about R. Kelly, and some of this is not about R. Kelly. But I mean, there are clearly those who believe R. Kelly should be locked up. I don't believe that R. Kelly should be out here on these streets without if a simplified version in a very simplified way of speaking, if we didn't have the current criminal justice system at hand, I would at least propose R. Kelly have a handler. Like, he would need to be supervised. He would need to have legal supervision in his life.
Yeah, I don't personally think that he belongs on the streets, Conscious. I think that his sentences should have been him being sentenced maybe to isolation in a psych ward. I definitely don't believe that he needs to be on the streets because he's not reformed. You know, we know this. I just think that because like you were stating, and it speaks to R. Kelly, but like in general, what good is it if let's just say hypothetically, I don't see no way around it, but just say hypothetically, he just may get the opportunity to appeal, file an appeal to try to get parole or probation. Well, more likely parole. I don't think that should even be a consideration if he doesn't do the time that he was sentenced to.
Punishment can be all forms and fashions for people who are in the chat. When people have to pay restitution, how about criminals don't pay that restitution to the state? They pay that restitution to the families of the victims or to the victims themselves. That's where restitution goes. Like, see, there's a lot of ways we can reverse the feed. Abolitionists are not talking about a world that's absent of accountability. That's actually the opposite of what abolitionists are speaking about. Abolitionists believe in justice, believe in accountability. They believe in a more proper version of that rehabilitation system. That rehabilitation also applies to the external systems at large that capitalize off of criminals being criminals. Because once again, private investors in this country in general make huge bank off of the prison industrial system. Huge fucking bank. Okay.
Yes, they do.
While the victims of these crimes and their families just have to take away the fact that justice has been served in some way because there's been a sentence. How about all of that justice? How about all of that restitution? Or part of that restitution goes toward building rehabilitation centers to deal with various criminals and crimes, and that money go back to the victims themselves, etc. I mean, we just have to really think about it.
I do.
We just have to really create it. Hold on, Auntie T, Lady T, then Auntie J, D Rock, and T Ray. Lady T, welcome to the platform. Love your thoughts.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So I have two pools of thought that I'm in right now. One in regards to, and I'm using air quotes, the fast ass girls that sometimes make advances towards older men, and the other one in regards to in my experience as far as being in the mental health field. I'm not a psychiatrist. I do not diagnose anyone. And my experience working or participating in a symposium
That was me. Go ahead, Boo.
Oh, okay. For correction officers correction officers who worked on Rikers Island. They worked with the MO population, that's the mental health observation, and I was able to go to a forensic hospital where criminals who are not able to stand trial were housed and stayed, and some of them were permanent residents, right? So I want to speak to that first. Number one, I can't diagnose him, but one thing that people have to understand, that if he is a psychopath, which has been thrown out a lot, and there is some a lot of substantial observations that would make me lean towards thinking that he is a psychopath, even though there's a percentage, like that's a small percentage, like it's on a spectrum. It's not, that's not psychotic. That's not a mental health issue. That's a personality disorder. And people with that person, and people with that person, and so people with that personality disorder, one of the issues with that personality disorder and why it's so hard to rehabilitate is because it is virtually impossible to get them to think that there's anything wrong with them. Part of the personality disorder is the fact that they don't think that there's anything wrong with them, and that what they did is immoral or anything like. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is, having visited the forensic hospital, is Kirby Hospital, for those who are familiar with it, who live in New York. I know that the thought of a psychiatric hospital, seems a little bit more palatable than a lifetime in prison. But actually, even though there's some differences, because I remember the CO saying that when they would come, when some of the ones who were ready to stand trial came back, they were a lot different. And then you would see them decompensate. That has a lot to do with the types of medications, that has something to do with the activities, and those things needing to be inputted in the prison system, even though they have psychiatrists. They have people there that's attending to them. They're getting medicated, you know, but also remember that these people have rights. You understand? As far as whether they're medicated and, you know. Anyway, long story short, it's really kind of hard to rehabilitate those type of people. And
what about the alternative, Lady T? Because I was saying, like, even for the Bill Cosby's and the R. Kellys and the Jeffrey Epsteins, it's like, okay, you have personal rights. Nobody can force you to adhere to any type of healing work. But that also doesn't mean that you are going to have access to a full life. So some of these people can be given handlers. They can have their activities monitored. They can have their money and their wealth monitored. They can literally have a handler, like just like any other person who has one. Just like Britney Spears with her conservatorship. She had access to her family. She had access to the outside world. She had access to a boyfriend, etc. But she lived a very monitored life. And I'm not even saying that conservatorship was appropriate for Britney Spears. You know, but I'm saying that these are like the type of alternatives to just setting A.R. Kelly free, to just setting a Bill Cosby free. That these people have some type of conservatorship lifestyle.
I have two issues when it comes to that. One being, please don't let me forget the other one. One being that if you're dealing with someone who possibly is a psychopath, then you're running the risk of them manipulating their I'm using air quotes handler. You know, what do you mean? Oh no, I understand. I see what's going on. Manipulating it, don't worry about it. Manipulating their handler. The other part of it, oh gosh, I know I was going to forget it. But there's another part of it. There's a spiritual component. What Britney Spears was dealing with was a mental health issue, which is different from a personality disorder, number one. And number two, there's a universal law that we have to abide by. And it also is inclusive of karma. So it's, so there has to be some element of that regarding the fact that R. Kelly has been, just the fact that he has used his music as a creative and lyrical transcript to what he was actually inflicting on human beings is wild. So that's my thought process on that. As far as the fast girls go,
but hold on, and I remind you to get to the fast girls. Girls, but like whether personality types are classified under mental health or not, they still can be people with narcissistic personality types who commit crimes against people, like sex trafficking, human trafficking, sexual abuse, or whatever the crime is, can still have a handler. But to your point, any human system is going to be a flawed human system. You have correctional officers who can be manipulated in setting inmate free. Like those things happen, but we also can't use like these fringe examples as like a blanketed antidote for what it would look like across the board. Of course, there will be handlers who get manipulated. Sure,
right. I do think that
there are going to be people who don't do their job. Sure, absolutely, but that probably wouldn't also happen largely, even though it definitely will happen, because anywhere human beings are, shit is going to definitely happen.
Right, but part of the personality, part of that particular personality disorder, and what separates it from social personality disorder, is formerly known as sociopath. A sociopath is that the sociopath, or the one who's displaying anti-social personality disorders, they have a small window to be able to experience love. Psychopaths don't have that ability, even though they can paint the picture that love is in existence. And there's also a charismatic narcissist component. Like all of these all personality disorders have a component of narcissism. So there's a manipulation that could go on with the handler who's there doing what they're supposed to be doing. But once that person is able to manipulate you and to get you to do like
But that's
believe,
the thing about a handler, though, is that a handler is not somebody who is in place to be a friend to a criminal. They have a job to do. So this idea that they can develop relationship and that this is about them developing, that handler has a job, the same job that a bus driver has, that a police officer has, where there's a protocol. It wouldn't matter what your manipulator is saying. You're not there to get into that. You have an assignment on behalf of the state or on behalf of the feds, on behalf of whatever it is, whoever employs the handler. So it's just up to them to actually do their job and to keep proper boundaries between them and the criminal, who they are in charge of helping the state to supervise, etc. So, and I do know that, once again, we know that people can still be manipulated because, humans are humans at the end of the day. But I don't think that would be, do you really think that would be going on like across the board, though? Do you think that would be the general state?
No, I don't think it would be going on across the board.
Manipulated?
No, I don't think it would be going on across the board. And I think that whatever the parameters for someone who would be eligible for the type of program, would have to be examined. But I do think that if he's falling into, I don't think that, is it possible for possibly somebody with borderline personality, perhaps, maybe even a sociopath. But I think when, for me, and just my knowledge on it, I think when I got to the psychopath level, I would not say that person would be eligible for that particular program, And
what do you define as a psychopath, Lady T? Like, is R. Kelly a psychopath?
I can't diagnose him. What I do know is that psychopaths, sociopaths, any personality disorder, any mental, and then any kind of psychosis, they're all on a spectrum. Okay. So, you could be on one end of it or the other end. So I think it would be dependent upon where they fall on this spectrum. From my understanding, at best, what you could do with someone who is has this sort of a personality disorder is manage their behavior, and that's done through reward, like a reward system, So that's so that's usually how that goes. I mean, otherwise, I feel like it's going to be a very Clarice kind of a situation, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Last question before you get to the class girls and then Auntie J. Do you think that the current version of the criminal justice system understands the assignment?
No.
Or does it any good?
No, because I can't get out of my head how the COs were trying to figure out. And this was during the midst, this was in the midst of the Michael Brown stuff. I did not really want to be there at all with them, but they were actually decent human beings. But they were kind of appalled by how, they kept on asking, what do you all do so different to where these people, and some of them are malingering, which means that they're pretending to be crazy so that they can avoid trial, right? But those who actually had a mental health issue or some sort of a situation, they weren't able to stand trial. They went to this hospital until they were able to stand trial. And when they would come back, they would notice that they would decompensate, and they were trying to figure out what was they doing at this hospital that was that varied so much from what they were doing in the mental health observation unit. I think they called it Rosie's or something like that. I remember hearing Rosie's a lot. And so that was a point of how. And I know that one of the things is that they used a blanket as opposed to tackling them and shooting them, giving them booty juices, what is called when they kind of give you medication to calm you down or whatever. They had a blanket to subdue them. It was a more humane situation. And then they were making soap. There was soap making and all this other stuff. And I'm sitting there saying to myself, you got them working with lies? Because the first part of the symposium was a PowerPoint, and I sat there for 15 minutes thinking, why are they talking so much about pushers? I'm like, drug dealers, is that many drug dealers in a forensic hospital? Until I realized they were talking about the people who push people in front of trains. I was, oh my God. So there's people who walk around pushing people in front of trains, y'all. You know what I mean? So
we know.
Everybody can't be walking around with a handler and all that other stuff. Like there's a lot of people with mental health issues. So I don't know, but I will say.
And to the fast girls.
Okay, the fast girls is this. As a 40-something-year-old woman, I don't care if it's a 6'2" big penis get whipped out in front of me. If it's a child, as an adult, you know that is not appropriate. You understand what I'm saying? So even if they're, approaching this person as a grown man, you're supposed to turn it down. You're supposed to reach out to the parents. It's not supposed to be go for it. I never really got into that whole, and I had homegirls who was dating in high school men who were in their 40s, and now that I'm in my 40s, I'm like, this was some real, like, I knew it was sick shit then. I was telling them how sick it was then, but now that I'm in this position, I'm really thinking about how sick it was for the and my friends. They even to this day, they don't even speak of them as like a predator or a molester. They say my ex, and I'm like, are you like, this is some weird sick shit?
Or they actually refer to the actual assault as fucking,
right?
Instead of actual RAPE,
right? Yeah, so it's wild to me. So
but those are great talking points, Lady T.
No problem.
Thank you for that. I do got to close out the show really soon, so everybody else on the panel kind of like, get to your point of points. Auntie J, welcome to the platform, love. Happy to have you back. I know you've been waiting to jump in on this discussion. Your thoughts?
Hey, your head looks amazing. You slayed and laid that thing. I like that thing.
I learned it from you, honey. You teach me all the
Good to see you. Hello, everybody. I'm sitting here, I'm listening, and I'm just conflicted, and I'm so conflicted because my thing is I think they should build more mental hospitals and stop spending all the money on the jails. America only has one.
I agree with that.
They're like the mothers that beat the children because we were beat. They only have one damn tool. And then as Lady T talked about the specified mental hospitals, I get them being categorized, but I don't think they should be held up because they're not mentally ready. They're not mentally ready for society, period. You get what I'm saying? We're just being ready for court. And with R. Kelly, I ain't gonna lie. My daughter was made from his music. Temperatures rising. I love him.
Ain't nothing wrong with a love bumping grind, TJ.
Yeah, you hear me? Like, and it's crazy because to me, I watched a lot of his documentaries, and in the midst of the moment, I saw the split because he didn't recognize who he was as Robert Kelly when he was talking about R. Kelly. See, when the brain is traumatized, it can split. And so his was never addressed. So he doesn't have certain abilities, even though he is of adult age. He was traumatized at a young age, and that is the age he is.
Yeah.
You got to look outside the body and the stature. I know I'm a survivor of it. You got to look outside the body and look at the behavior. And even if he was crying out for help, who listened to us back there, Generation X, children were seen and not heard. Okay? Being RAPED, especially by someone you know does something to you.
Absolutely.
And I see him more as a sociopath because he's very manipulative as R. Kelly. That's them demons in him. He's very
And a deviant.
manipulative. Right, right. It's like an alter personality. And no, I don't think he should have got no damn 30 years. It's people that did worse than him that didn't get that much goddamn time. And you can't take one man and use him as the example because we don't get it. I don't get it. And it makes me appalled that I have to pay my tax dollars for this bullshit that America got going on. You heard me? We full
So
of
what?
shit.
So what amount of time do you think he should have gotten?
Like 10 years. Put that man in some extensive therapy. It's not a choice of, I don't want to go. Like Bill Cosby, no, you going. Oh, you going. You going and your ass going to participate in every goddamn thing I put towards you because it's going to be mandated. Okay? By a psychiatrist, not a judge. I don't want to hear nothing about what that judge talking about, okay? Nothing. I'm
Auntie
saying that America is focused on the wrong shit. And everybody that's our color has been through something, whether you get help or not. And we out here all living in this bubble of the world, just living our life. Some of us still don't. I'm living my best life. But all of that is a cover up to get away from the worst life that you lived through and got grown, but you're not really grown. The behavior out here is not adult behavior. Period. Grown-ups don't do what these Similacs doing. I mean, y'all do some marvelous stuff. Y'all do some stuff that we didn't do. We wasn't trying to, brother. Yeah, I call y'all Similac because, you know, y'all had the formula. We had the fat milk. We had vaccines. Y'all had, we had one vaccine. Y'all had immunizations on it. Y'all had 7 shots outside y'all too. So, yeah, y'all was doped up. I ain't mad because you smoke weed. Hell, most of us gave you your first drug and didn't know what was in it, okay? Most of us. If the doctor said give them to them to get them in school, daycare, have them healthy, we sat there and give it to them. So America has failed R. Kelly and the rest of the people with mental health. Even if a child don't have ability to say, I need help, we should have recognized that man needed help. The people around him should have recognized that. And when he went with Aaliyah, to him, as R. Kelly, the 9-year-old or 7, whatever it was, he didn't do nothing wrong. But you see the manipulation when he signed the name. But I blame the mammy because she took part in it too. Okay.
Wait, hold up. Auntie J, I love you dearly, but lace up.
The mammy.
I was.
Wait a minute. Let me say this little part. I know you won't get me. Let me say this little part. I blame the mammy because she took part in it too. Yes, she did when she was allegedly sleeping with him too. Okay? She is the one who got all his music and all of that in a vault to this day. Okay? She knew what was going on with her daughter. She wanted her daughter to be famous. Period. So yeah, you have to start holding us women, females, accountable for the shit we do.
But Auntie J, but if they supported this, like, why was the parent the reason why the marriage got annulled in the first place?
She changed her mind. She changed her goddamn mind.
All right. Okay.
That's, I'm serious.
Reckless.
Go ahead, Reckless.
A response.
Come on,
baby. You know I'm coming for you. Now,
I
Auntie
know
J,
you
I was
coming
with
for
you.
me.
I was with you the whole time until you
Until I
said
said no.
he deserved 10 years, and then it went downhill from there. Okay?
Well, she
Only
also said
reason
10 years in tandem with intensive therapy.
I
That's
therapy.
understand that
prison
10
and
years.
rehabilitation
Yes.
together.
Yeah, 10 years
No,
of
yeah,
extensive therapy.
yeah, so I'm gonna meet it with the 30 years of intensive therapy. I'm gonna do that. But another thing, now keep in mind, I'm just joking about that part. We can get debate on
You
that.
gotta be
But
joking
however,
about 30 years.
now
Oh, okay, because I know you was joking.
now I do
Yeah, I know you were.
understand. I do understand, Auntie J, the whole thing about holding quote unquote women accountable. And I also understand the whole point of, now, people they should have knew it was wrong. Like, you actually look back within the industry, a lot of the
Right.
female singers and stuff, they were promoted like they were grown adults, but actually when you look back, they're like 16, 15,
Right. They
13,
young.
and like
They
and all that other
married.
shit. But however, let me say this. We're
Oh,
gonna keep
go
our
ahead.
foot on R. Kelly neck, and then when it comes down to the parents, then we're gonna get to the parents. But we're gonna keep our foot on R. Kelly neck. We're not gonna try to detour from that. Because a lot, like I said earlier within the commentary, is that a lot of times I feel like when we talk about holding R. Kelly accountable, people always want to bring up the parents, which I understand and I want to agree. But when we begin to talk about the parents, then we'll talk about the parents. But right now we're talking about R. Kelly, and so we're gonna keep our
Okay,
foot on.
I'm with you, right? Forget the part about the parents, and we can hold him accountable. 10 years of extensive therapy. Do you know what 10 years of extensive therapy is? It's therapy every day for 2 hours or more. Every day, I'm taking extensive therapy. That's how I know. So that's like 20 years altogether. You get what I'm saying? Make him wear a banner on his arm, on the bottom of his leg, that anybody that commits these pedophilia, narcissistic ass crimes. There's too many people in jail for stupid shit. You get what I'm saying? A prostitute go to jail if she sell her body. Come on now. It doesn't make sense. You know it and I know it. But what it is they can't get tax dollars from that act. Okay? I'm not fooled by America. America. But
All
yet with
righty. Let me
that's
get to
all I'm saying. It's all Kelly. I would love him for life. I don't like what he did, but I see the little boy in him, and that's who my spirit cries out for. Is that little boy?
Well, Auntie J, I 100% see the little boy in him. That's why we're gonna make him grow up. We got you.
You know what?
D-Rock, welcome to the platform. D-Rock, your thoughts on the Kelly situation?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think this is a good conversation. It's a necessary conversation. It's one that's important for us to have, like really, and because this goes far beyond R. Kelly. This deals with our whole world system. Like okay, let's bring it in a little bit. Our whole nation, because some nations don't do this. You know, some nations I think it's I forget which country that is. Somebody in the chat might know, or somebody on the panel, but they're big on prison reform. They're big on rehabilitation, and their crime rate is exceptionally low because of it.
It
But
will
we're
be like
very
if you actually heal people.
yes,
Amsterdam,
yes, exactly.
Australia.
And
Amsterdam.
yeah, one of those. And our nation is not like our country. We're not about healing people. Like we're not.
That's because
It's all
our
about.
system. That's because, and I don't mean to interrupt you.
Mhm.
It's because our system was initially built out of racism, and then from there it evolved into an actual American business. That's still
Right.
rooted in.
Yes.
So there's no real humanity in the concept of America's prison concept. But go ahead, yes.
Right, and they even and it's very telling when you even research, like you look at the whole how the whole prison industrial complex is built. They literally like that's one of the reasons they do the consensus and like they literally basically can predict like they go around, they say, okay, how many single mother households do we have in this community, and they literally that's because you have you ever asked yourself how do they know where to build the prison, how big to build it, and they predict it. They go by the household, like they can predict 9 times out of 10 how you're going to end up in 30 years or 20 years.
The school
And they already got
it's the school to prison pipeline.
yes. So they already got a place built for you. They got it ready for you. And it takes a lot of self work to even to
How fucked
be
up is
able
that, though, D-Rock?
I'm sorry.
I said, how fucked up is that to live in a system that essentially created all the things that eventually came to traumatize you, created all the systems, whether that's classism, poverty, that gave birth to these systems that fucked you over, and then that same system that created those variables that fucked you over gets to also penalize you,
Yes. Yes.
spit you out, and chew you up again. And that's what I was talking about regarding like the American prison system is not nuanced enough. It lacks total nuance. It lacks total intersectionality. It lacks any conscious observation of the information, because the criminals are a byproduct of the crime of this country, of the inhumane crime of this country. It's a byproduct. Yeah. So we're literally only treating the symptoms when we even deal with the criminals. We need to be treating the system, not just the symptom, but the system. And the system is going unaddressed, leaving us to only deal with the coughing and the sneezing and the itchy eyes, which is the criminals themselves, when the system is what's making everybody fucking sick. In one way or another, you can trace any issue that's pervasive in any family and in any community and neighborhood to the overall system. You can trace it all back to the same machine. The same machine. The same machine. But go ahead. I want you to speak without interruption, and even I'm interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I see it as a very legalistic system. It's kind of like the Pharisees in the Bible are running America. The Pharisees who caught the woman, who were peeking in the window and caught the woman in the act of adultery. And they brought her to Jesus, pointing the finger of accusation, punishment. It was all about punishment. Stone her to death. And the rest of the story. But we have a very legalistic judicial system. It's not any there's no heart in it at all. It's all about money now. It's legalized slavery, and it's all about money. And because if we stop committing crimes, cops, they have to make a quota. They have a quota they have to make. And some police, like if they don't make their quota, they will literally pin crimes on people just so they can make their quota.
They'll make them up.
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely. And
go ahead.
and we also have to be careful. We also have to be careful ourselves, myself included. We have to be careful. And this isn't a slight to anybody, but we have to be careful about making statements like he's going to hell, because we don't have a heaven or hell to put anybody in at the end of the day. But that's all.
It's called prison. And that's why prison means so much to Americans, which ironically operate under the fake disguise of being a Christian-based country, because prison is their version of hell. That's why they're invested in putting people there.
Absolutely.
That's why people want people there, because the same people who believe in this current system also believe in a hell. And they're happy about this physical version of what they believe lies after as well.
But Yeah, and that's what
We
you
have
get
a
for having a
building. We have a
Christian nation, and no slight to Christianity, but let me change that. That's what you get for having
no
a
such thing
religious
as
nation,
Christianity.
Yeah,
legalistic
No such
nation.
thing.
But that's all I have to say.
yeah. No,
I
I
want to say,
agree.
y'all. Wait a minute,
I
Justice.
agree
We
with the
have.
fact.
I mean, wait a minute, Conscious. One thing. We have a building here downtown in D.C., and it's the Department of Justice, and it has a big statue of a lady with a blindfold, and she's holding two scales, and what's embedded in the statue is the scales of justice is blind, and that's the truth. And America is built on lies, and they let us know day after day, time after time. We is not what it is. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
We know.
R.
Hi,
Kelly. R. Kelly definitely deserves to be held accountable. But this current system created by mayonnaise folk is not the type of accountability that I have in mind, but it is what we have. So, like, him being locked up in some way, it is relieving because it's a form of accountability, but because of all the
Yeah.
things that we've been speaking about for the past 2.5 hours, it's not satisfactory for
Right.
me. And I also empathize with the little boy of R. Kelly because R. Kelly was a victim. And
Exactly.
he also has not, and his abuser deserves to be brought to proper justice and to be held accountable as well, because that abuse is directly responsible for a lot of his own deviancy. And to those in the chat who were saying that everybody who's been hurt isn't hurting people, that's exactly why we cannot use our own anecdotal experiences to look at other people, because we're all different.
Right.
Right. Everybody is different.
How your sexual assault experience impacted you is very different from how someone else's. How poverty impacted you is very different from how somebody else's. How somebody's father impacted them is very different from its impact on you. So every victim is different. This is not a universal or monolithic thing. In this case, R. Kelly is one of those people who is unfortunately a byproduct of something that happened to him at the hands of a Black woman who I'm just going to assume more than likely also was traumatized in some way severely as well. And it's just been a cycle that keeps on cycling. And I want to see folk healed up. I want to see victims get the accountability that they need from those who violate them. And also, and if the people who violate them also are victims of violation, I want to see them get the proper. I need a shot of. I'm looking in the chat. I also it needs just like we have generational trauma. We need generational justice as well.
And on top of that,
I want to see justice.
on top of that,
all folk. I want to invite T. Ray to the conversation. Then I'm gonna ask y'all for y'all final words, and then we are dismissing. T. Ray, welcome to the platform.
Hi, Conscious. How are you?
I am awesome. How are you, love?
I'm good, thank you. So first of all, as always, you had me rolling when you did the video on Pastor Lil Murder. I died laughing every time you said that. Anyway, so on the topic of what we're discussing, I think that in our country, at least as long as I've been alive, we don't value psychiatry, psychology, and therapy. We don't value it in American society. Now, to bring it down to race, I think because white people are in a better socioeconomic position than Black people are, they have the luxury to not utilize it at all. And then because of our collective socioeconomic status in this country for as long as we've been here, we didn't have access to it at all. So then when we get access to it, because we didn't have it, so there wasn't a value placed on it, we may see things in the Black household, in the Black school system, that may say, hey, something is not right, but because of lack of resources, because of lack of knowledge or what have you, we don't utilize psychology, psychiatry, or therapy to address these issues. So when you kept saying earlier about that you didn't know what the solution was, and then Lady T came on and gave her perspective according to her mental health experience, I'm with you. I don't know what the solution is, but I know that whatever the solution is has to heavily include psychology, psychiatry, and therapy. We can't keep separating that from parenting. We can't keep separating that from the school system or the justice system. And so unfortunately with R. Kelly, here's what happens, right? So unfortunately, because he's Black, he is going to be the example. Whether or not he should be or not, of course, that's, everybody got their own opinion on it. But honestly, I know from school, you have to do case studies, which means you have to have examples. Now, what I think could be done after listening, like I said, to you and Lady T, I don't know how many y'all were talking about the effects or the effects of trauma. Like what happens if, how people deal with being poor, being, attacked, or whatever the trauma is. I think a psychologist and or a psychiatrist needs to sit down and list or write out all of the ways a traumatic experience can affect a child or a human being. And then there needs to be a study that involves all human beings that apply to that, like a collective study. And then from there, let's use the study findings to find a way to incorporate those subjects into parenting, those subjects into the school system, and those subjects into the justice system. That's my opinion on at least where we can start.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, so that was really all I wanted to say on that. And real quickly, I don't know if y'all touched it or not, because I had to keep leaving in and out because I got a neighbor that I'm ready to snap his damn neck because his music's so loud. So I had to get on the phone with the police.
Don't go and join R. Kelly now in the orange jumpsuit. Okay?
I'm trying not to, but the police really they try my nerves. But anyway,
girl, they ain't gonna give you no therapy, girl.
Well.
Hold on. I want to respond. Kimberly says R. Kelly is a habitual offender. That's what happens when somebody does not isn't getting habitual help.
Exactly.
Kelly, for all the reasons that T. Ray and I have stated, we aren't even, as a Black and brown community, we don't even deal with medicine and psychology and psychiatry unless we are literally on the insane end of the spectrum and are forced into it. Other than that, we just cope with trauma as Black and brown people. So there's a lot of habitual offenders. There's a lot of if you really want to talk about it, there's a lot of Black and brown people who are doing all type of shit to navigate their reality. Things that are illegal, things that are whatever, not because, once again, there's something really wrong with the person, but there's a lot wrong with the actual system.
Absolutely.
Now, because there is a lot wrong with the system, this creates the effect on the people. So now there's a lot wrong with the people because everything starts with the head. So every apple comes from an apple tree.
Yeah.
So the tree is the system. If the tree is infected and corrupted, then of course the fruit it bears are also going to be off-brand as well. And so you have people, particularly minority folk, surviving the system, surviving America, surviving this non-nuanced, racially biased, gender biased system. So we should expect people to be fucked up because the system is fucked up. But like Lady
Fuck
T
that.
says, what would this have looked like in a world, in a system, in a dimension, in a country, in a space, in a reality where mental health was truly emphasized and prioritized by the American government, by the American system? Would R. Kelly would have even made it this far into his mutation had the system been reformed from the jump? We get to learn from R. Kelly's situation in so many ways beyond the man himself, beyond him as a person. We get to really have now these type of conversations about the system. This should show us a lot. And now I'm even more curious to know, or I can see now the necessity for changing the system, because this could have been avoided. Who R. Kelly became could have been avoided. Who his sister
could have been avoided.
Could have been avoided. The circumstances that left their single mother to struggle in such a way that she had to employ a 16-year-old to be a substitute mother figure and a daycare provider could have been different. These are circumstances that human beings don't have to find themselves in, but are nonetheless left in the position of.
Conscious.
That was beautiful how you put that. That
Conscious,
thing,
is
you
it
did
okay if I? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it okay if I ask a question to you or to the panel, or whoever's open to answer? Okay. Hi, everybody. It's Cat Mouse. So, question, and you know, a lot has been talked about the prison reform, and again, I'm going to repeat this. I am for prison reform, but are we? If we're on the, you know, rehabilitation and mental health and therapy, are we ready to see? And I'm going to give you an example. We all saw what happened with George Floyd 2 years ago in 2020, that police officer that kneeled on his neck. Are we saying that in that situation, if we're going to keep it fair and apply what we're talking about as far as therapy and mental health and all this, are we ready to say when white police officers and black police officers, but mostly white police officers, when they kill unarmed black men and women, but we'll keep it at black men, when they kill unarmed black men, are we ready to say, no, we don't need to throw them in prison? Let's try to rehab them. Let's try to get them maybe diversity training, cultural.
Well, in my
I'm saying is
it's not a bias. I don't care whether you insert LGBT people in there, trans women in there, or homophobes in there, or sexes in there, or racists in there, because all of those systems, racism, sexism, misogyny, are all a part of the corruption of the system as well. That's why I keep reiterating that. Hold on. That's why I keep reiterating that abolition work is not just about the reforming of the prison system. It's about really the reforming of society. It's about the reforming of the government as a whole. It applies equal pressure and and reconstruction of both parties, because one issue is connected to the other issue. It's like a mother issue. It's like a mothership sending out smaller UFO ships. So we got to address the mothership as well as the fighter ships. So
should we be marching? I mean, I don't get it. Should we be marching when these white officers kill us and unarmed? Should we even? What's the point of marching if the thing is, well, okay, let's arrest the officers and put them to prison? I mean, if we're against prison, why are we marching?
Well, no, I don't think anybody said anything against prison. I don't think anybody, at least for me, I'm not saying nobody needs to be criminally. You don't need to touch the criminal system because I'm not saying that. I'm not saying to get rid of the criminal system. What I'm saying to your point is that let's use the George Floyd example. The difference between the cop who killed George Floyd and R. Kelly is that the cop who chose George Floyd, to my knowledge, there hadn't been a history of him killing Black people in Minnesota, where somebody could have said, well, if y'all had checked him 10 years ago, he wouldn't have done da 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 da. You see what I'm saying? So for me, I think those issues, I don't even think they're relative, because I think one issue is racism, and I don't know if racism is connected to mental health. My degree was in business management, not none of the psych stuff, so I can't speak to that. But with R. Kelly's situation, we can clearly kind of guess that his situation may have been linked to some type of either mental health issue or personality disorder or traumatic response, because he was traumatized by being inappropriately touched by the sister and the neighbor, or either or something like that. So I think I don't think any of us should be conflating the us kind of talking about this justice reform. I think we're, at least for me, I'm speaking on justice reform in regards to mental health issues or personality disorders. Those to me is where therapy and all of that. The George Floyd nigga, he chose to be racist. He looked in the girl's camera and he kneeled on George Floyd's neck until George Floyd died. In addition, he knew George Floyd. He had a personal vendetta against him. So there's a lot of nuances to prove that nigga knew what he was doing. You see what I'm saying? So different issues in my opinion.
Why are we not? I think what it is, when it comes to black men, why are we not holding the?
Wait, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Hey, Auntie J, hold on, boo. After you make your remark, cat mouth, Auntie J, jump in, please. But try not to talk one at a time, because this is a very important conversation, and I want it to be clear and be able to be heard by those who are listening.
I think if we're talking about accountability and we throw in prison reform, I guess my concern is that we are at this point damn near coddling a 60-year-old elder man who has repeated offense of violating black girls, sexually violating black girls. And we're almost to the point of babying him, in the sense that he knows not what he knows not what he does. And so we want to give all this grace and stuff like that to him. But again, when the perpetrator is white and the victim is a black male, we ready to go and march and send the white man down to prison for the rest. You see what I'm saying? I guess my thing is that my concern is that the black community does a really good job of coddling black boys. We all can agree to that. It does a very, very good job of coddling black boys and not holding them to the accountability.
How did he coddle R. Kelly?
Let me finish. And so you guys want to throw out, he needs mental help and da-da-da. He doesn't need to be going to prison. He just needs mental help and
nobody said
reformed and da-da-da. Well, I mean, you may not have said that, but you may not have said that, and Conscious may not have. I don't think Conscious is saying. Conscious not saying that.
I didn't say that either. No one on.
Oh, are you talking about the collective? Are you saying black people in general? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this out. What I'm saying is that we can talk about mental health issues and stuff like that, but when you're saying that prisons need to be abolished, I think it was talked in discussion to abolishing the prison system. There's reform and abolishing the prison system, and I can't personally get down with abolishing the prison system, because then we're talking about, so when white officers are out here killing unarmed black men, you guys are all crying it's an injustice, which it is. It's an injustice. But then are they okay?
Because so let me clear up that I did use abolish and reform almost interchangeably, even though I'm also okay with either one, because reform is really like the root of my talking points. Is I'm just not here for this current version. So whether this current version needs some type of reshaping, fine. I can entertain that, or whether we need to completely throw it out and create something entirely new, I'm fine with that as well. I just know what my absolute stance is on what we currently have. Now, to your point is that, well, because this is the issue, is that prison does not change a racist or a murderer. This is why the man who killed George Floyd can go into prison and also kill other Black prisoners. Like, it doesn't, he's not also removed from being able to commit and perpetuate crime against other people, because we know that inmates particularly also perpetuate crime and abuse and facilitate organized crime even within the prison system.
Is prison the right place for him? Should he be maybe in a mental health facility?
So that's the whole point of the conversations around everything else. But the traditional prison system, because once again, like, prison is not healing people to the extent in which it could, and not covering the healing of as many people as it could. So nobody here believes that R. Kelly should just be absolved of accountability and be pooching around America singing his #1 hits. That's not what nobody here believes. Everybody here at least agrees that R. Kelly should be held accountable. As it relates to how and what that should look like is really the basis of the conversation. But nobody is absolving R. Kelly of wrongdoing. Nobody is saying R. Kelly is innocent and R. Kelly doesn't deserve to have to answer for the crimes he's committed against Black women, young Black women, etc. So I don't want you to get confused about that. Nobody has said that or is saying that whatsoever. But we also know what the current system is, and it's just not intersectional and nuanced enough. And there's a lot of other, and I do believe fully in restorative justice. And yes, the worst of people can be rehabilitated. There are people who've murdered who became activists. I mean, Malcolm X was in and out of the criminal justice system in his youth. He was locked up for a plethora of things. I mean, he was connected to sex work, prostitution, drugs, the streets. His mugshots are available in the same criminal justice system. And look at Malcolm X. Yes, people can be different. People can live different lives. Whole spiritual systems are built upon this duality of humanity. So can that go to the extreme of folk committing the worst of crimes? Absolutely. The question is going to be our own cynical nature and how much we want to apply ourselves to creating a world that can lead to people fully self-actualizing. I don't think we've committed the ways in which we need to commit to creating that world where it's possible that people can be at their highest state of consciousness because of the issue of sexism, homophobia, racism, all of these various things. We don't live in a world that's giving people a full shot.
Well, can we say that? Oh, I'm sorry, Conscious. My apologies. Can we say that? Well, okay, for someone like a R. Kelly, we can send him off to prison, and then, well, that's what isn't parole when people go up for parole if they're eligible for parole. Isn't that what the parole board does? Is say, okay, you are what we think that you have been rehabilitated, whatever, because you know, there's a lot of prisoners who start programs in prison to ministry in prison ministries and stuff. So they go up to the parole board and say, hey, you are rehabilitated and you can get to be amongst society. I you know, I don't know. I feel like I'm
well, like that's more of a response to people kind of just like to people moderating their behavior.
I think with R. Kelly, we give him I think we want to give him grace, and he has not shown any type of behavior.
No, but here it
I
is.
don't.
I only, and then I have to get to the other people on the panel as well. I only want to give R. Kelly the grace because first and foremost, grace has been afforded to me. Secondly, help has never been introduced to the Black and brown community to the point that it is a go-to, to the point that it is our first response to the shit we're dealing with inside of ourselves. We get on this channel and we show up at other people's platforms and we read other Black intellectuals' work, and we know that the Black and brown community still has a habit of sweeping intergenerational trauma underneath the rug, which is how it becomes even more perpetual. We're still protecting and don't know what to do about the sexual assault that's happened to us, about the domestic abuse that's happened to us, about all these various things. And we still turn to Western religion as a resolve for those things. So we have not been a people that has been who even know what all healing should even entail. I don't even think the Black community can even agree on that. Some people believe it's Jesus, some people believe it's psychology, some people. We're all over the place right now because this is even still a new site. All I know is that R. Kelly lived in a world where nobody around him probably talked to him about getting help until he was well into his 30s and 40s with his behavior. And even those people probably mentioned it, but mentioned it without passion because their own livelihood was on the line. They were probably working for R. Kelly and probably didn't even push the issue to the degree in which it should have been pushed. And he's Black, and he's a Black man, and he just does not live in a community in a world that encourages that. And so R. Kelly has been failed in that. And when people have been failed, what do? They perpetuate their abuse upon other people. He's been left behind. He's been left to the streets. He's been left to himself. He's been left to this issue. And I don't think that is fair that R. Kelly also gets to be a victim, but has to be the only one dealt with in this situation. He had help in becoming fucked up, and the people who fucked him up had help becoming fucked up. And the system that we're all living in is fucked up, and yet that system is not being indicted. That system is not being charged for its crimes. That system is not taking the stand, but that system gets to put all of our asses up there. Even when we are victims too, even victims that have become monsters, even victims that have also became villains. It's fucked up. This is not justice. When the only people who in prison are the criminals and not the fucking system itself, this is not justice. This is a very passive justice. This is a very half-ass, like G-Rock said, legalistic resolve. It's bullshit. And everybody should have to answer, but everybody also should have the opportunity to get their shit together. And like I told to the other man who came up, he was like, well, R. Kelly had many opportunities to turn away from his shit. He absolutely did, but that's not the way trauma works. Trauma, honestly, will transcend consequences. That's why it has to be dealt with. It can't be dealt with through punishment. It has to be dealt with by rehabilitation and actual healing. There has to be emotional and mental resolve around where that trauma is lodged at, where that trauma is hiding itself. You do not heal. You cannot. Every traumatized person is living again and again and again. Is doing bullshit again and again and again because the consequences are not the remedy. You only are chastising the actions of the traumatized person, but that doesn't deal with where that trauma comes from. That doesn't deal with what that trauma is, the soil that trauma is rooted in within a person's soul. That whole soil has to be uprooted. That whole soil has to be uprooted. You have to go into that actual shit. This is why you got Black women, for instance, who they could be on their 13th child by a trifling ass nigga and still don't know no better, because it's not just about having protective sex. You can't say, oh, just put on a condom, because the sex ain't even about hormones, ain't even about the production of children. The exposing of oneself, the context in which they're even using the sex, isn't even about the sex itself. This is why psychologists and psychiatrists exist, because there's nuance to our living. This shit is beyond the beyond. It's beyond this surface shit that we do. And I think because this country is very religious versus very spiritual, I think that on a subconscious level, we enjoy the idea of punishment over somebody being healed. We enjoy somebody getting it sucked to them and getting what they deserve, because we've been socialized to enjoy this concept of hell and human suffering and people paying in these extreme ways for things that they do. There's a reason why religion appeals to people. There's a reason why the Old Testament appeals to people. There's a reason why Paul in the New Testament appeals to people.
Come on now.
All the people who ironically Christians love, baby, they hold up Jesus, but they don't really be acting out and living out and contextualizing that Jesus shit. They will contextualize the legalistic motherfuckers in the Bible who is with all the hell raising and with all of the spoiling the rod, spoiling the child. They want the motherfuckers who gonna bring down the light in them folks. That's why you don't hear a lot about Jesus as it relates to what discipline should look like. We look for the ass kicking of it all, and it's because there's something in our human nature. Maybe it's the animalistic, primal, primitive aspect of ourselves that we are in touch with, that is stimulated by a lot of that way of living. But R. Kelly just did not have a chance as a Black man.
Conscious. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Being an animal isn't us. And I'm sorry to interject because you going in. You dealing with spirit right now. Baby.
Hey,
but
girl. Hey, boo.
Y'all can see me today with the long hair. You know what they call me on my block out here in New Orleans? All the men on the block call me long hair. They don't even know my name because I don't talk to these motherfuckers. I be like, yo, I'm cooling. You better talk about it. All I do is put coconut oil and let it grow in water. That's it. I wash my hair every day. But my phone about to die. That's why I just want to interject really quick before it dies, because I'm gonna get back on my laptop and get back on the live. And listen, because I'm here for every live. I don't play. With the R. Kelly situation is the same as, well, nobody said it, but I'm gonna say it's the same as Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson.
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that we're all in tune. Like, that's how you know you're dealing with soul family, because we just all talking. And look, I'm gonna stoop, y'all. Look, I'm in the hood. If I could turn this camera, wait. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show y'all. Look, this is the hood. Look, my streets ain't even done up. No, bitch. I'm really out here, helping people. But I show it because people be like, oh, you just saying that. No, I'm not saying that. I'm out here doing it. So one thing I gotta say about the situation is the same thing with Michael Jackson. He was beautiful Black and he looked very sickly white. And I said some of these light skins, not that they toe up, I feel like the female light skins got it better, like in a female body. They can get with their indigenous, and because we are indigenous to the whole planet. Don't get it fucked up.
Period.
They can get with their indigenous ancestors, but for some reason, the light-skinned men, I think it's because of ego, they can't get with their ancestors like that. And it's causing what we call mental illness or emotional illness is a spiritual illness. And there is spirits on these people. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. But look, what? What they say in the South, something's rotten in the cotton. Something is rotten in the cotton. I've been saying that all day today, and I didn't know why that term came to me today, because I heard it in the past, but I ain't never said it out loud. Because I was in the North. But now that I'm in the South, I'm like, yeah, something is rotten in the cotton. And it's that nobody wants to take personal responsibility and face themselves. And we are tired. And when I say we, I'm saying the great mother and her children are tired.
Mm.
And Conscious, you sure are one of them. And those beings that don't want to take personal responsibility for their mental illness, which is spiritual essences, beings, all kinds of spirits on you, bitch, you about to get fucked up. Period. On period.
Mm.
And that's all I really
Yeah.
gotta say.
Yeah.
Because I came with a word just from Spirit.
Yeah.
Like Spirit was like, girl, come on and talk before your phone dies. I said, okay. Because, you know, I try to bring some sobriety to the situation because we can talk so much that we can talk ourselves in circles and never go to our heart.
Yeah.
The heart is very important.
So let me ask you this question then. So what do you think, Zero, about prison? Do you think that that's
prison is the new slave system, period. Look at how it's operated. It actually took all our strong black men and masculines, our warrior energies away and left black women unprotected. Like how I see it, like I told you, I'm a psychic. I was born this way. And this was the community that Spirit told me to work with. So I'm working with it and I'm doing everything I need to do. So when I saw the energies, I said, your warriors are getting taken away through prison, which is why I said last live I was on, I said, let's normalize not calling the police on black men for expressing their emotions. If he hits you, sis, he pull out a gun on you, you do what you gotta do. But let's normalize not calling the police because he's talking. Because you can't take his fiery energy. Because you are just as fiery as him, and he is taking it every day. And didn't say nothing. He didn't call the police. He wasn't out here like violence. He wasn't out here like violence, bitch, violence. Look, I'm acting out with my stupid ass. Violence. He not holding his titty, but you is.
Yeah.
And that's wrong because that's not an equal exchange of love. Because love equals understanding, and understanding is fucking hard.
Yeah.
You gotta go outside yourself to understand people.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Like, that's love. I just came for a word, my baby. I love you.
I appreciate that, love. I appreciate
and I
you.
just know, and like even when you were talking, when I popped up and you saw me, I literally was sending energy to you, and you started getting more and more in tune with Spirit. Because what happens with you, Conscious? No, I'm gonna tell you. Look, my psychic ass. What happens with you, Conscious, is that you read every single energy of the collective. You got to get into the main energy. Because you read all the energies of the collective, and you are so compassionate, you want to resonate with everybody. Look, they said all skin folk and kinfolk.
Look, girl, you didn't.
But they also said, what I'm hearing from Spirit right now, all these people with souls, not right.
Period. Yeah.
Same way. That's why I said what I said. Like, I just come up, I bring a sobering energy because I deal with Spirit. And I love you, Conscious, and I will always send you good energy. Look,
hit me on DM me on Instagram and send me your number.
You got. I will.
DM
You fucking right, because we family. I know we are. Like, I can feel it. I told you we was bad. I was like, I want to meet you so bad, but it's like the only people I want to meet is like people I resonate with. I don't want to meet Moneybag Yo. He can go. He can go. I don't want to meet Drake. He can go. I want to meet you, and I want to talk to the people that are here for this energy and actually want to help. If you listen to everybody on the live today, if you are not helping, you are hurting.
Absolutely.
If you are judging, you are hurting. R. Kelly is a victim of circumstances. That motherfucker couldn't read.
That's
and had everybody. He couldn't read. Had everybody else signing contracts. With that, y'all gotta be mad right now. Listen. He had, it should have been him and about 20 motherfuckers going to jail with him, period. Period. Because he couldn't read, so a lot of shit he did, he didn't even know the law. He was going based off his trauma. But that don't mean we need to pity him, because his soul told him better. Big mama, great mother, told him better, and he still did wrong. So he fucking wrong, period. Fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Look, I'm
Exactly.
gonna come with the fire. I'm gonna drop down and I'm gonna go back inside, girl. Girl, I love you, Conscious. I'm gonna
I love
email.
you too, boo.
I'm gonna hit you on IG.
Okay.
Probably right now, baby. So you know who
All
I
right,
is.
babe.
Yeah, and I'm the Zero manifested on IG too, so you're gonna know it's me.
Okay, good.
Okay,
All right,
I love
babe.
you.
I
All
love
right,
you
babe.
too.
Hey,
That was Zero,
I
y'all.
want to
And
say,
that's the thing. That's the thing. Two things can be true at once. You can
yes,
have
yes.
compassion for R. Kelly and also hold R. Kelly accountable. It's not a one over the other. And in this system, we don't practice enough walking and chewing gum at the same damn time. Everything is not about the stark ass binary that we live in. It's either this or it's either that. No, a lot of what actually is necessary is all of in between this and damn that. It's all the middle shit. That's the
Right.
actual remedy. I'm gonna have compassion for R. Kelly because I know that he was disenfranchised even as a man of wealth. He was still held accountable and still slung in fucking prison, irregardless of his wealth. In terms of the nuance around his community, I know exactly why R. Kelly never got no fucking help. Nobody ever encouraged him to. Like people on the panel have said, we have cuddled black men. Patriarchy has cuddled black men, but the cuddling of black men also, ironically, is also connected to racism. Because how the fuck were we going to turn our black criminals into a system created for all black people? That didn't make sense to black people. Because the prison system wasn't even created for real right and real wrong. It was created for your black ass. And whether white people felt you were right or wrong. So of course, black people protected their black criminals. Because that system that we would have called 911 on, them racist ass sheriffs also ran the risk of not coming and just getting in father's ass, but coming in and getting in all of our asses simply because we were black. We couldn't even trust the system that white folk
Yes.
created.
Yes.
We couldn't even trust it. So then generationally,
Absolutely.
that bled into it now looking like we are facilitating housing and family for our own violators. And even that's due to racism. When I say that all of this shit is connected to the same mothership, it's connected to one mothership. Every other issue is birthed out of that mothership. But I want to get to one community and then get to Lid. One community, are you there? Can you hear me, one community? One community, he may be dealing with that Dollar General ass wire. If you can hear me, one community, oh, he is muted actually. You muted one community if you're talking. While one community getting his audio together, Lid, go ahead and your contribution, boo. What do you think about? Hold on, first of all, nigga, are you saying gender loving?
Huh? Yeah, I've always expressed that. I've never hit
because people keep asking me if you are a part of the community or not.
First of all, why does it matter what I choose to do with my genitals?
It doesn't. Well, it kind of does matter.
Because you just sitting up.
We have a lot of conversations here, and what informs your politics? People are curious about.
To answer your question, I've never hidden the fact that I'm bi.
Okay, so you are the B on the LGB. Okay, got it. Ooh, Jesus. Okay, all right. So R. Kelly and the goings on. What are your thoughts?
So in regards to that, like I mainly popped in because one of the panelists like was kind of having trouble understanding, but like I just think that there's a stigma behind mental health, and I just basically wanted to say that, you know, you go to the doctor if you break your arm, you're not gonna ponder, oh, maybe I should go to the doctor. No, you're gonna go to the doctor and get this healed. Like the same logic needs to be applied when it comes to your brain, because if things aren't working for you mentally, forget the rest of you. Like the rest of you really doesn't matter. Like you want to make sure that everything's intact when it comes to how you're operating mentally. And like I like one thing that the last speaker said. She said that prison was the modern day slavery, but the modern day slave is enslaved in the mind, you know. So I think mental health is definitely
essential.
at this point I think it's a necessity, and it needs to be taken as serious as going to the doctor, to the dentist, and it should be normalized. People shouldn't feel like ashamed for like something that we all go through, you know.
So using R. Kelly as a perfect launching point, since we're here talking
Yeah.
about that, what would an alternative prison system look like for a situation like R. Kelly's?
In that situation, first I think he definitely needs to go to therapy, because you can't change what you don't acknowledge, you know. He may not even acknowledge that what he's doing is wrong, because if it's been normalized like his whole life and people have enabled him, then like he may not be able to identify, you know. I don't know where he is mentally, so it's kind of hard to pinpoint. But and like I'm not I know there's going to be people in the comments thinking I'm like,
So should he be left? I mean, so like aside from therapy, like if we are talking about a post prison abolished country,
yeah,
what does a man who has committed 30 decades worth of crime against young women in general, underage women, etc.,
yeah.
what does that look like in a post prison
Like,
abolished world?
I think at that
Like aside from therapy, like should he? I mean, like is that therapy and him back into society? Is that therapy and him back on the BMA stage performing bump and grind? Is that?
I mean, can people change? Yes, because I mean, look at how many people change for the worse, you know. So I mean, like but he has to be like, you know, willing to change, and he has to identify and put in the work. So that's
I
where
get that part, but aside from like the therapy part, what like? So hold on, are you an abolitionist?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you desire the abolishing of the prison system,
Abolishing. Okay, well,
because that's what being an
maybe.
abolition.
Yeah. Okay, not in that definition. No. Like
Okay, well,
I
so
think prison,
you are a reformist. You
yes,
believe in
yes,
the reforming. Okay, so then, so have you thought out what that world would look like? Because people are asking valid questions who hear the abolitionist arguments. Like, so what do we do with a Uvalde shooter in a prison abolished world? What do we do with police officers who kill Black women and men, unjustly? What do we do with R. Kelly's? What do we do with these people in a system that's either reformed or a system that has abolished imprisonment?
Well, I haven't really heard like the argument as to why people think that like prison should be like abolished completely, but I'm like, yeah, I'm not for that at all. Like people, there should definitely be prisons, and some people
Now,
should
to be
be walked
fair,
in.
abolitionists, just because
Yeah.
we do believe in the abolishing of the system, that don't believe that we are abolishing accountability, but we are abolishing prison.
And
but there's a lot of other.
What's the alternative? What's the alternative if the prison?
That's what I'm saying. Like alternative is a lot of things. Alternatives. It just depends on the situation at hand. Like first of all, so like for instance, like right, like there's an issue of racism. The Ku Klux Klans are now the blue and black men of the country. They now wear the police garbs. Okay, well, in a abolished country, policing would actually be now in the hands of the people, which is where most of us actually, I mean, honestly, most Black people are policing their own fucking neighborhoods and don't really trust the police any fucking way. So we shouldn't be the ones scared of a world absent of 911 because we don't even like to utilize 911, and we already have our own forms of what we call street justice now. How we refine, whether we refine the rules of engagement around the way we deal and police our neighborhoods. And it wouldn't be the first time this happened. The Black Panthers was a version of what it looks like to create your own policing in your communities. To create, whole communities now have neighborhood watch systems in place. There is infrastructure in place. There are people who license and carry and who yield out this kind of protection. Like there's all type of shit. When we talked about earlier, how a lot of the a lot of the restitution that goes back to the state and shit, how that shit can go toward victims instead. That restitution can go toward the victims of the families or those victims who have been killed and murdered, etc. Like maybe even so as well that the families or the victims have a say so in what they would actually like to see happen beyond just throwing somebody away, because a lot of times victims sometimes don't even want their violators to necessarily be in prison. There's just a lot of shit we can entertain that's just alternative to just locking people up to just facilitate organized crime in a system that there's supposed to be no crime in. There's a lot of other alternatives rather than throwing people who are sexually abusing other people into systems where they also become sexually abused and sexual abuse is pervasive. Like the prison industrial complex is no more void of crime than the outside world in. Hell, more crime actually is the case. Like I have homeboys and homegirls who work in correctional facilities.
Yeah, my aunt, she's.
I know people right now who work as correctional officers who help to bring and traffic drugs into the prison, who make money off of it's like so we think about prison and we imagine that it's this holy righteous thing. This system is not what we see in our minds. It's not the case and the truth about the real nature. Like, look at all these fucking documentaries on Netflix and shit about what it's like in America's worst prisons and jails and shit. Like, the truth is playing out in plain sight. We also are not even satisfied with our current police state, and yet we will be so terrified of a conversation that doesn't involve traditional policing and traditional forms of justice, like just locking people the fuck up.
I got you.
There's psychopaths and sociopaths who are cops and judges.
Yeah, most CEOs are clinical psychopaths, you know.
Okay, so you don't. Before I move on to one community, you're not an abolitionist, but you are a reformist. So beyond therapy, what does your reform reality look like for a person like R. Kelly? Lid.
Oh, you said the other dude.
Because you have said therapy so far. Is there any other component to justice regarding R. Kelly? No.
R. Kelly specifically.
Or just the R. Kellys of the world, not just R. Kelly, but just R. Kellys.
Like honestly no. Like I think he's done enough over the years to, like, maybe if this was caught earlier, like when it first started happening and he started.
You keep going, and I'm not asking you that, Liz.
Because I'm
asking you.
You're asking
and
me.
Somebody, no, I want you to listen to my words carefully, Liz.
I have.
Okay, so listen again in slow motion. You said you are a reformist. Fine. You said a part of that reforming is
can be reformed, you know?
Huh?
Not everyone can be reformed.
Okay, but that ain't what I asked. I'm asking you about about what you see in your mind regarding a prison reform using A. R. Kelly. So don't go into R. Kelly personally. We know who R. Kelly is. I'm just using him as an example. So what does reform look like then? So you have RAPIST in the world.
Yes.
We as a people want a system of accountability, but people like you and me don't necessarily like every aspect of the current criminal justice system. If we're going to reform it, then what does that reforming look like for the R. Kellys and Bill Cosby's and Jeffrey Epstein's of the world? Does that still involve some aspect of imprisonment in your reform?
Yes, absolutely. Like, I mean, it's gonna have to be a case by case base. Like, you're gonna have to evaluate each person individually, and like, yeah, it can't be blanketed because not everybody's the same, you know. So
okay, I like that. That's interesting. A case by case situation. Got it. Okay, so I think I fried your brain enough, Lid. So just sit there for the time being. Put some ice on it. One community, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. So your thoughts, man, on this R. Kelly shit? The prison, 30 years. What's your whole take? The black women defending him, saying that he don't deserve to be there. R. Kelly is the only victim in this situation.
Nah. Yeah, a lot of that is rubbing me wrong. You know, regardless if you think like, cause you know, I did a video on the sisters and them coming out speaking about the situation. A couple of things about that whole thing was just rubbing me wrong. You know, no accountability even from them themselves. You know, them saying that R. Kelly's the only victim in the situation, the victim of the money and all these things and the businesses and all these things. But then that British interviewer was a very good one. He said, okay, so what do we say about Aaliyah then? Because he did marry Aaliyah, right? And they turned and she said, I don't know. He looked to the next woman like she was looking for some confirmation on what the hell she want to say. I was waiting to hear what she wanted to say. What about Aaliyah then? You see what I'm saying? So at the end
well, they actually said it on one community. And she said, Aaliyah didn't happen.
She said they said it didn't happen. And she looked at like the next woman like she wanted confirmation on that. Mm-hmm. Listen, at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Even if you don't think R. Kelly did some of the things that you think he didn't do, R. Kelly was a threat. And R. Kelly was doing many of things that he was not supposed to do. And he got away with many things for many years, man. Period, man. We all know even the relationship that he was keeping with Aaliyah was not right. It was not right. He was 15 years old. And we understand that, okay? We understand how he was thinking. R. Kelly was having certain girls positioned in front of the crowd, put them on the stage. So when you see the woman grabbing on his genitals and stuff, these are women that he put in place, you know? This is how sick of a mind he was. It wasn't just like random. You just think that the act is random. He would have people in place in the front of the stage to do and commit these kinds of acts on him that we watching and think is random, but they actually strategized and planned. You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand that, you know, when it comes to certain minds, I don't think there's no change in certain minds. When it comes to certain minds like the pedophilia, certain minds like that, I don't think there's no change in that. I think it's a sickness in the mind. And especially when you have certain resources and certain power, then you might never change. You might never change. And a lot of time the people that commit these kinds of offenses commit them again, and they also recommit the same offenses as well. So me personally, I think that people that commit pedophilia, people that do certain things, they need to be locked away forever and get ahead about their business. That's what I feel.
What do you think about people who have become the abusers as a result of the abuse? Do you think that punishing them alone is fully justifiable when they also have been abused and traumatized and unfortunately become somewhat of a byproduct of that? Or do you think?
Yeah, see, I can understand that too as well. But I just think that we need to create a system where we're not standing for any of it. And that'll get some people to really think about some of the actions that they're taking, even though people are traumatized. You know what I'm saying? Like, even a kidnapped victim could get Stockholm Syndrome and side with the goddamn kidnapper. And it's all mental, it's emotional, it's tragic, it's trauma. So we got to understand that when you're dealing with traumas and different things, well, then we got insane asylums. We got other things. We got the G building. We got other places where you can go where you can be. You might not have to be in the other building, but you're gonna be in some kind of building, sitting down and figuring out what you need to figure out. You see what I'm saying? Because abuse is abuse, whether you paying it forward, whether you the first person that did it or you got it done to you. Abuse is abuse, and we need to start to cut the chains of these abuses and let the people know that it's not right. You know what I'm saying? Even like growing up in our family, had the uncle, had the cousin that was doing some weirdo shit. Like, and people caping, people capping for them. You know what I'm saying? Family members, we so traumatized as a people that we don't want to see the abuser be hurt. We don't want to see the abuser go to jail. You see
Or we don't want to disappoint the people who love that abuser. Like they mama who may be my auntie, or they brother who may be my cousin, or the whatever.
Yeah. Or we embarrassed to come out with the real true story because we embarrassed about what it's going to make our family look like. No, these people are making our families look like something else already. So we need to understand that. People that hurt people, hurting your family, hurting your children, and things like that, they are no longer family.
Yeah.
They are no longer family members because family don't do that to family.
Yeah.
Point blank, period. So we cannot side with any of it. You know what I'm saying? We cannot. You know what I mean? Bill Cosby's situation was a wild situation too. You know what I mean? So many years done passed, which is why he probably beat a couple of things, and I get it. But he still got some civil suits and a couple of things going on with his case too as well. So it's not like he got away scot-free with some scot-free. He didn't get away all scot-free. So then, I mean, where there's smoke, there may be some fire there. You know what I'm saying? So you might not say, some people say Bill just innocent. He being railroaded. That's what they do to black people. I get it. I know the system too as well. You know what I'm saying? So that means us as black people, we need to be more careful, and especially keeping a certain kind of relationships, making sure that we're dealing with things in a certain way. If we understand the system to be like that against us, then we shouldn't be falling victim. R. Kelly had 20 years to chill.
Yeah.
He's still running around committing acts. He's still running around. They talking about you got people hostage in your house and all that. Listen, man, I'm gonna let you in the house. I'm gonna let you come inside my house and see it for yourself, man. You feel me? You need to be transparent. We need to have a level of transparency if you know that's what it is, man. Because you've been accused of these things for many years, man. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, there's many things. There's still stories of people out there saying, look, man, he was coming around my high school. He was coming around my junior high school. He was at the McDonald's and all of that. People telling stories. I done spoke to people from Chicago on platforms on YouTube. They like, nah, man, when we was out there, it's different. I remember one girl came to my neighborhood and she said that she just had sex with R. Kelly. Like, it's real.
Wow.
It's real. You know what I'm saying? It's really real. You know what I'm saying? So for me personally, I'm glad I'm not in a position of lawmaking. You see what I'm saying? Because I just throw away the key on certain things. Because
so I was going to ask you that too. Like, have you ever been to prison or jail?
I've been arrested. Yeah, I've been in jail.
How do you feel about the current version of the criminal system? Like, do you feel like we need reform or abolishment, or do you think that just locking people up does us or them any damn good?
You know,
even though the data says it does not.
It don't. I don't think it really do in some senses, but you know, I think that some people deserve to be in jail as well. I do believe that as well too. I think some people are threats to society, and I think that some people deserve to be in jail. You know what I'm saying? I came from a community in my neighborhood in Brooklyn, which is like the 7-0 precinct, which is the precinct with Abner Louima with the plunger and all of that. So like my police precinct was very, very corrupt, always stopping us, locking us up, arresting us for all kinds of things, even when we was innocent. And a lot of times, you know what I'm saying? I remember being arrested and even locked up around the time when they was about to make this reform in New York. You know what I'm saying? I ended up bailing out. I ended up getting a few bails. Like I had because I was selling drugs at the time. So I had like 4 cases. So they gave me like a 10,000 bail on each case. So I had like a 40,000 bail altogether. And if I would have stayed in jail till like a January, the reform was about to happen and it was releasing everybody out of the jail. If I would have stayed, me personally, jail ain't for me personally. I'm not trying to be staying in no goddamn jail. I don't want to be accumulating my mind and start the condition in my mind to be in there because I start thinking different. You know, but I think that jail is needed for some reasons, for some people. I do think that people can be rehabilitated. Some people can, some people can't. That don't mean everybody will. You know what I mean? Because even in my neighborhood, some people were just terrorists. It was really like terroristic. It was just every time they was around, bad things was happening to good people and different things like that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Jails is for a reason. I get it. You know.
And what about police officers? Do you think that we need police? Because when you think about people,
I think we need some good police.
Did y'all know that about 80 or 70% of police duties actually is paperwork and not even like fighting actual crime?
Yeah.
And that most police officers do more traffic duty than fighting crime, and that police come after the crime is committed, not prevent the crime. So when we hold on to this idea of police, what are we actually holding on to?
Yeah.
I call you after somebody done put a bullet in my ass. I call you after I done been dragged into an alley. I call you after I done been burglarized. I call you after the fact. You're not preventing the crime.
You know, I've been through mad stuff and I never called them. You know what I'm saying? So I get that side of it too. You know what I'm saying? I think we need good police officers, people that actually take their pride in their jobs, people that actually can separate their own personal life from the actual job because they're public servants. You know what I mean? Like, once again, I grew up in a system, in the police system around my neighborhood is very corrupt. One of the most corrupt precincts in New York, in Brooklyn, for a fact. That's the precinct that was my neighborhood police. You know, it's like there's no attachment between the community and the police. You know what I'm saying? You know, like some police departments may do things. They may have community charity basketball games. They might do things trying to build a bond and a connection within the people, within the community. You know what I'm saying? Not just about policing people. It's about getting to know the people within the community so you can understand how to police the community that you're policing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that's in the community and policing us, they actually don't live or are nowhere in the jurisdictions of the places that they're policing. So they have no attachment. They have no connection to it. You know what I'm saying? So if it's going to be that, then we need to be setting things like some precincts, like I was upstate New York, they was having charity, they was having community basketball games in the YMCA. It was like the regular people was playing against the police officers, the firemen, different things like that. This begins to start to build a bridge between the community and the police. Now when they driving by, they don't just see you as like a black face. They just don't see you as a face. They may see you and remember and see who you are. And this starts to build some kind of connection within the police and the community that they're serving. You know what I'm saying?
But what about also the emphasis on communities needing to deepen their relationship to one another as well? Because if we did that, would we need something external to us?
No, we wouldn't need it, because that's when we was in certain positions with like Black Panthers. We was policing our own neighborhoods. We was dealing with a lot of different things. We was getting some of the police that was coming in trying to put their hands on certain people. We was getting them out of there. Like, listen, they was pulling out straps. You got to go. You know what I'm saying? It comes with us policing our own selves as well. But with that comes us trusting in each other too. So if we ain't got no trust in each other, and we most definitely don't got no trust in the police system or the judicial system, because we already see how that's going. You feel me? There's just so many broken parts to it, so many severed connections.
Well, I know this. I don't think that we'll get there as long as we have these external systems to rely upon, because it gives us the excuse to not actually do the work from the inside out.
I agree with you totally. I think so too. I think that we have to be able to do the work, but with that comes people willing to stand up. With that comes people that's willing to fight, die, live for something. You know what I'm saying? A lot of time people are only willing to fight, die, and kill each other for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it comes with us being able to see ourselves, see each other. When I see myself, I see you, I see myself. When I see him out here on this panel, I see myself. When I see you, I see myself. It's not about you being from the LGBT community or nothing like that. It's when you see each other, we seeing each other. It's not about we seeing each other's preferences. We seeing each other that you grew up in a house and I grew up in a building. You grew up in a 6th floor building. I grew up in a 4-story building. I grew up on the streets. It's not about just that. It's about us really being able to connect and really identify with each other. And I think a lot of that is broken and severed as well. So we need to be able to identify with each other.
Because when you think about it, we already do this shit. Like when I think about all the fights that break out, like in the stores, that break out in the mall, that break out in the community, we are policing each other. It's us running toward to break up these niggas, to break these women up, to we doing the damn policing. Like, you know, like we, you know, they may get a call after the fact, but it's like we're already doing what we think that we only think police are doing. We are actually doing it, really.
Yes.
Like,
and I think
I was just gonna say, like, I like what he just said about, like, you know, when you look at each other, you know, there needs to be some sort of like connection. But like, I think the disconnect between police and us is most police officers don't look like us, you know. So when they see us, they when they see a white person doing the same offense, they could see their brother,
Your son.
their son, their dad, or like just whoever, their daughters. So that's where the empathy like comes from, you know. And when they see us, they there's not that connection. So, and like, we're already viewed as aggressive and like just all of the, you know, negative stereotypes
But
that.
that's what I said, Lid, that the system, that's why the whole system got to come up and out, because the system is informed by racism to begin with. And that's why the system it's not nuanced like that. Because if it was, it would take into consideration that, wait a minute, we've cultivated a system created by whiteness.
Yeah.
Whiteness has held that power judicially, socially, politically, socioeconomically, etc.
etc.
We have the issue of now whites being raised under this ideology of supremacy. We're employing whites to police the entire country while also being aware of the issue of racism and how it's passed down intergenerationally through indoctrination from family to family to family, from forefather to ancestor to ancestor to ancestor. So now we have white men policing black communities, and to one community's point, who don't even have a relationship to black people in their personal lives, don't have a relationship to blackness really professionally. And then you have these cultural differences, and you have a media that participates in villainizing the shit out of the black community. And you got white folk walking around with this makeshift paranoia about black folk and having proximity to black folk and needing to grab their purses a little tighter and lock their doors a little harder because black folk is around. And then you expect these mayonnaise officers to act
instead of uprooting the whole
situation.
Conscious, can I interject? Would it be, to your point, we definitely need, and I like the fact that we got 3 black men on here. We definitely need black men to perhaps start joining the police force, become the part of the solution, because you have Atlanta, and as someone in the comments did mention that, you know, black men should, you know, join in the police force. I think I read somewhere where it says 97% of federal prosecutors, 97% are white men. Now, to be a prosecutor, of course, you got to go to college, get a, you know, probably a criminal justice degree, and maybe perhaps go to law school and go up that route. But even if we have more black men joining the police force and going into criminal justice as police officers, as county clerks, as judges and stuff like that, I think you would see more of a change in this in the system. So is it, I mean, of course the system needs to be abolished, but until we get there, how about
The only issue, let me speak to that.
Okay.
Yes, like there definitely is a necessity for black folk in social service work and government and in everything. We absolutely need that. But this issue is so, when I talk about, there needs to be like a real emphasis on like healing for minority folk. That's tailored to our particular unique plight in this country. A lot of times, because we live in a world right now where we have black and brown people in all the so-called right places, but because there's an issue of anti-blackness, you have all skin folk who ain't kin folk. So you got black folk assimilating to white power structures who also hold anti-black politics, who are racially biased toward their own people, who don't make us a damn difference being the president, or don't make us a damn difference being the senator, who don't make us a damn difference. We got Kamala Harris, who is parading around as a mixed race woman who's fucking her record as a damn prosecutor. This motherfucker was under her belt. You had black men serving 20, 25, 30 years for petty marijuana charges under her watch. Like, so I don't, it's like, yeah, like we don't even have a way, obviously, of vetting like all the skin folk all the black looking folk who ain't really with us and for us. So to your point, yeah, we do need folk in these areas, but to be honest, I just think God just needs to drop one nuke and just restart the whole entire American population.
Can I get off the planet before he do that? Because I'm not trying to get nuked up. Okay, can I get on the spaceship with you and go off to the moon? Or where are we going, to Mars? No, not Mars.
It's only America. It won't be the world. It'll just be just starting over with a black Adam and Eve here on the planet, on the continent. And then
I mean, why waste a nuke? You might as well nuke it. I mean, we don't want to waste a nuke.
Right.
You might as well go into Europe and drop it.
You're right. We're gonna take the whole planet. But no, I agree. Yes, we do need black children being interested in obtaining control over resources by going into these areas. But it's really such a deep issue because there's so much anti-blackness in those areas. And when blackness gets too close to power, you either have to assimilate or you have to be assassinated. Like, I noticed in this system that they allow us to have like individual or isolated leverage, but anything that becomes like
too much,
like if we're making some systemic liberating strides, and that shit can be like sourced down to a singular author, interesting things always end up happening. I don't know if y'all remember this. I remember a few years ago, there was like a bunch of black women who had ascended to
I remember that.
judges and shit, and then all these black women miraculously ended up dead in rivers, being found dead in their apartments, being found dead in the trunk of their cars. Like,
where was this?
I don't know where it was. I remember, and I think something like this happened this year or last year, where a black female judge was getting into some teens, and then she ended up magically murdered, like in her apartment. I think her body was found in the trunk of her car and shit. But there's like an onslaught of this a few years ago where it was almost like chronologically. The same thing happened with the holistic healers, like that there was like 14 holistic healers that just literally went extinct, all back to, it was like we were losing them like 2 weeks apart at a time, leading up to the
we cannot separate where there are no truths.
So also leading up to like the mysterious death of what's my boy name, the holistic doctor, Dr. Sebi. Dr. Sebi. But I mean, we do got to get started somewhere. We do need black and brown folk in positions of power. We need the right, because it's not even just about black people. We need the right black folk in positions of power, because it won't serve us no good if that blackness ain't right. But yeah, I do agree. Like, we need young black folk understanding the power in getting into these occupational roles and getting into these particular career fields versus just being hip hop artists, or just being basketball players, or just being only fan models, or just being doctors, etc. Like, to actually infiltrate these nooks and crevices of society that can give us a say-so at the table, and that can give us reach and access, funding, etc., various types of shit. But the issue of anti-blackness and pale supremacy is deep, and it's very interesting. But I gotta go, y'all. We've been here for almost 4 hours. I got to get the fuck up out of here. Anybody got any lasting words before we jump?
Peace and blessings. Salute to all of y'all. Love y'all, man. Salute.
Subscribe to One Community, y'all. Content creator out here in these streets. Amazing. One Community.
I'm back on it. Man, I'm back on their neck. It's over. Quiet.
Are you going live tonight, One Community?
Yeah, I'm going live in a minute. You know, I've been doing uploads. I'm live. I'm going live, man. Y'all just make sure y'all pull up, subscribe, turn the notification on, because I drop unexpectedly like bird. You already know the vibes.
Check your
Drop
private
on
chat,
it.
Conscious, and do a video on that, please.
Salute to y'all.
I
man.
Check
I just want to
your
say,
private chat and do a video on that, please. I put 2
On the
links in your
private
private
chat. Okay, let
chat.
me look at the private chat.
To those asking
Check
about
those
my
and review them, and then come back and do a video on it, please.
Okay. Okay, boo.
Be true.
Thank you for that, Be True. I appreciate your love. Okay,
I'm about to
check
click on
that
the
out.
links too. Salute.
Huh?
I said I'm gonna click on one of them links too before I go.
Yeah, like,
Salute.
I click on it, you know.
I clicked it. I'm about to go check it right now. Bill Cosby.
All right. Well, I might, well, if you watch it and you're gonna talk about it, then I may gotta hit you up so we can do a
I'm gonna click on
collaboration.
both. I'm gonna leave the tabs in there so when I go and check it,
All
if
right.
I only review too. All right, sis. Salute to y'all, man. Best my brothers and my sisters. I love y'all, man.
We love you too. Lid, any parting words?
to those inquiring about my sexuality, to get some business.
He already said, honey.
Hmm? Yeah, I already said. It's weird. It's weird.
He likes the vagina hole and the booty hole, honey. Just get your life.
I
Hold
like
on, wait
it.
a minute. So since you bi, are you also birth?
Huh? now you're just.
Didn't he just say get some business?
Yeah, go get some business.
Look, I be minding my business and y'all's too. That's how this goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it
I'm
gonna say?
gonna find Liz Jack account and see, because I'm sure he got his position. You know what's so funny? People like Lid to come up in here and tell us about Audi and business, but you will find his Adam profile and he got all his nasty requirements for the night listed, his position, his fetishes, how he like it, what he like.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, like I don't really hold back, but with that being said, yeah, like I just thought I don't know y'all like that, not yet.
well, maybe I don't know. Just the idea, maybe if you wore a shirt when you come on, people may not be, inclined to inquire.
Hey, maybe if you
Comfortable
tell
in the
your
skin that God put
friends,
him in.
you could give me your 2 cents. Until then, keep the change.
Spicy.
I might make
okay.
more requirements for you to take off in the future, Lid. Okay, so just be prepared. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, get your ass down. I gotta let y'all go. Anybody else got any remaining thoughts on the issue?
My remaining thought. Oh no, I'm gonna let her go first.
No, I was just
Okay,
gonna
Anya.
say great conversation, talking points and all that across the board. I think next time we come back and go into this conversation, we should have some sort of ideas of, what we think can help. All opinions and ideas are welcome.
You know what I'm gonna do, Anya? I'm gonna bring on a radical, non-abolished person, and then I'm gonna bring on a radical, abolitionist, and facilitate a healthy, balanced conversation between both realms. I know some abolitionists who have written some great pieces of work and some great articles, and who really get into this conversation on a whole nother level. So I'm gonna bring them in, and also bring in somebody who is the counter, the opposite of that, and believe that we need police and we need prisons, and we'll deal with, and we'll take the meat and spit out the bones in each way and see how we deal.
That sounds awesome.
All right, well, love you guys. I'm gonna drop down.
Okay, Anya, thank you for being up here. I appreciate your support.
One last thing, you guys. I thank you, Conscious, for having this discussion and for keep inviting me, even though sometimes I may have opposing opinions compared to everybody else on the panel.
We love it.
It opens up everything, and it allows all things to be considered and weighed in on and challenged and evaluated, etc. Because there's usually truth between both arguments. There's usually a little bit of this and a little bit of that needs to come together as a solution.
I'll just say this one last thing. R. Kelly deserves everything that he's gotten. I can feel sorry for the little boy that he once was, but the 60-year-old elderly old man that he is now, he needs to be in prison until that damn prison, until there is no more prison. He just needs to go there and rot until he gets called home to glory. And then again, I don't got a heaven or hell to put him in. I hope he's down below and not up there where my grandma and all my loved ones is up there. I hope he goes down there and chills next to Satan and they have a little kiki amongst themselves. But I love you, Conscious. You guys all have a good evening and bye.
And thank you for being here, love. I appreciate you. I agree with Kat. Well, I mean, I won't agree fully, but I'm happy that R. Kelly is not able to further perpetuate victimhood against unsuspecting young Black women and girls. I'm happy that there's been some accountability, but because that system holding him accountable is inherently racist, it's just like, it's like bittersweet. It's like you can never really appreciate anything America does, because it's like everything America does is like an underhanded. So it's like a backhanded. It's like for every good thing they do, but it's always like a nasty disposition with it. Like as long as these systems are not reformed, I'm not going to be able to appreciate even the way they prosecute Black bodies. Like I'm just not, because it's just terribly patriarchal and capitalistic and racist in nature. And so while I also need accountability in the system from my own Black and brown folk, I don't know. I just don't appreciate. Yeah, I can't get into this current. I can't get it. Anyway, D-Rock, party words.
Yes, first one. I never got to answer that. The young lady who just dropped off, but she had posed a question to everybody in the chat. But my answer to her is, it's not about coddling Black boys. Yeah, it's not about that. I could go more into that, but it's not about that. It's about getting to, this whole thing is about getting to the root of the issues. That's all. And
I think your Boost Mobile is acting up, D-Rock.
Not Boost.
oh, I pressed the mute button by mistake. My bad.
Oh.
I also want to say, this is very triggering for me. This whole show was very triggering for me, and you know why, Conscious. Because you know what I'm dealing with right now with my literally trying to bring my family into therapy, and literally it's like fighting tooth and nail, pulling teeth. You know, it's kind of like being the only one who's like fighting for the mental health of your family. And yeah, so anyway, I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call you later on tonight, D-Rock. Reckless Logic, my handy dandy co-host, girl. I guess we are going into Patreon tomorrow. Period. Okay, I was supposed to make it my business being Patreon today. We ain't even fucking with the YouTube platform tomorrow. We gotta. It's all about Patreon tomorrow. Period. I gotta get with my folks. So y'all ain't gonna see me tomorrow, but I'm sorry. Like I was not supposed to even be here this long. I did not know R. Kelly was gonna pull this much out of us. We talking about police reform. It was a great dialogue. So if y'all want to see me tomorrow, baby, I ain't even gonna be here. I ain't showing up. I'm gonna be over in the Patreons. Any parting words?
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. If you're saying free R. Kelly, I think you're low key part of the problem. Only because of the simple fact of, if you are gonna say free R. Kelly, what needs to follow that is that he needs to have some rehabilitative measures in place. I kind of was going in and out because my signal was messing up, so I had to keep dropping down. But I must just tap on a few things. Do I believe we should get rid of prison? This version of prison, yes. This version of prison, because I feel like it's not really helping anyone. It's just literally just keeping people in cages, in a sense, and basically making slavery legal. That's literally what it is to me. That's the way I view it as. It's fucking people up physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, etc. But however, the idea of prison, I have no issue with, as in having an actual facility where people are quote unquote triggering word, guys. It's been the buzzword throughout this whole conversation, especially if you want to get into Kevin Samuels. Accountability, holding people accountable for the things that they have done, but yet adding a rehabilitative, redemptive aspect into the facility as well, because when you put them back into society, they're still fucked up, and then they're even more fucked up because now you have other people judging them, looking at them a certain way, even though they've done the time. So what is redemptive about it, even after they have come to the forefront and served their time? But now in the case of Mr. R. Kelly, I just feel like a lot of people it's too many conversations happening at once. I feel like in one aspect, when people do bring up R. Kelly's background and stuff, sometimes I feel like they're trying to do that as a way to kind of low-key excuse what he has done. But at the same time, I feel like when other people don't acknowledge the background, we're not really getting to the root of the issue. And I'm gonna say for the queers, I think it's real interesting, especially when queer people do that, because that's exactly what was done to us. Like the same rhetoric that we usually spit, throw him in jail, do this, kick him out, he's not supposed to be part of this. Da, da, da. Like if you go start talking about our stories, that's usually a lot of our.
Well, the difference is we ain't actually doing nothing.
Now I know that, but I just think that a lot of like you said, treat them like they're still human in a sense. Like I understand all the other politics that come into effect.
But
I think
in a sense, they are human. Just remember that we're dealing with humans, and that what humans do are a product of a lot of other things that are very unjust, like victimization themselves, like poverty, like all type of systemic and environment, all type of shit that is of no fault of the person sometimes perpetuating the harm against somebody else.
Yes, and then last thing, because D-Rock did mention it, and he kind of reminded me what I was going to say. I kind of mentioned it before, is that once again, I feel like we're doing this thing where we get in these conversations, and I understand we have some good points. Oh, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna say that, but however, that's not really the reality. And when it comes down to going to therapy, which is why I mentioned before, a lot of times we don't do the work unless we quote unquote have to, or something traumatic happens. So yes, he got a slap on the wrist, but however, that slap on the wrist was not enough to get him into therapy or get him to where he needs to be to quote unquote get help. A lot of times, a lot of y'all are alcoholics, but y'all don't see no issue with it because it's your body. But however, when other people are on the outside looking at you, you have a true issue, but yet you don't face it because guess what? You are content to where you are. Not excusing it, not saying that it's right, but that's just the reality. So yes, you can have the resources. Yes, you can have the money. Yes, you can have the platform. But however, if you live up in a system where melanated people excuse pedophilia, whether you want to like it or not, you're in the industry where they promote younger girls, which means that is a philosophy that's within that industry. They promote younger girls to be older and also appeal to be sexually fluid, aka Beyonce, Destiny's Child, Kelly Rowland, all of them. Like this is the enablers. This is how this is how people enable, and also it makes it comfortable for people not to address their real issue. Because guess what? They're also being rewarded for it. And then on top, you have the money, which means that people that are there for the money, they're gonna shut up as long as you give them money. So it's a lot of different factors that come into effect. That's it.
What do you want to tell people where they can find you at out here on these internet streets?
What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the land of reckless logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smash the notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from this ragged ass bitch that look like a goddamn icy pop.
Okay, so I don't know why she thinks she's gonna come up here and talk. I don't know why these girls think that they gonna disrespect mother. Okay, I don't like all these bitches is my sons, including this bitch who need this platform to even have a moon. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and dismiss her motherfucking ass and send her to Block Nation, honey. Okay, and when I feel like promoting this stinking ass pastor fucking ass, y'all do know that when Larry be exposing y'all pastors, they sleeping with reckless logic, right? Y'all do realize that this is the bottom that keeps on bottoming out here in these streets, right? Y'all do realize that when y'all pastors and ministers be caught up in same-sex activity scandals and stuff, and they be cheating on they wives and they fiancés, and they be destroying the nuclear family that is reckless who is responsible. Reckless and his horrorism that is responsible for the destruction of the nuclear family single-handedly, honey. Reckless is dangerous, girl. Y'all gotta stop protecting Reckless, girl. He is a danger to the nuclear family, girl. Okay? All right? With that being said and done, honey, continue to hit the motherfucking like button. Okay? Thumbs up this video, girl. Patreon, I got y'all tomorrow. Cross my heart, hope to die, girl. Okay? Shout out to all the new subbies. This was amazing. I gotta get out of here. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I ain't got a lot of sleep. I'm hungry. I got shit to do. Okay? So I appreciate y'all. And a matter of fact, let me hold on. Let me make sure I ain't got nobody to okay. See, better check. Let me shout out my contributors, Gworl. Okay, PayPal contributors. I can't call y'all by name because I have to go into my PayPal to do that. But shout out to y'all who have donated. I appreciate all of my seeders, baby. Shout out to Aaliyah. Oh, this my baby mother. This Zero. Thank you, Zero. I love you, babe. God bless all of my seed sowers. I love you guys so much. My mod Classy, shout out Cocaine. My sub girl, okay? Not the drug. And once again, my baby mother FB. Thank y'all. God bless y'all so much. Shout out to my moderators, Auntie Trisha, Ty, Lady Royal Supremacist, Purple Lover, One Community, Classy Queen. I really appreciate the way that y'all hold down the stream and represent for the king. I love y'all so much. God bless y'all and all that y'all do. Y'all are invaluable to this platform. I am forever indebted to y'all. I appreciate what y'all do when y'all do it. Okay, so thank y'all so much. God bless y'all. And I'll see you guys not tomorrow, but I'll probably see you guys on Sunday in case we need an emergency landing, girl, because the way the bald-headed whole spirit of Judas is running through the church and the way that Hollywood is setting it off right now, child, is always things to be getting into, girl. Okay, so, but if we don't need no emergency landing, I will be seeing y'all on YouTube probably Sunday. Patreon, I got y'all tomorrow, and I want to bid y'all a